Hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free, coming to you live from Disney's Hollywood Studios. Let's go! We're here at the Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. Hello explorers, like I said, John with Fun to Be Free here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. What we're actually going to do today, today's video topic is, has Disney mishandled the announcement for the closure of Muppet Vision 3D? Stay tuned and find out. But before we continue walking down Hollywood Boulevard, I wanted to pause because I just spotted something as I hit live. It's actually on the ground, the pavement here, the concrete. As you know, I am a pavement concrete nerd. I'm going to flip the camera here in just a moment, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. If you look carefully on the ground here, you can see it's all cut up. It's scored. So a concrete saw has cut it up all last night, probably. It's on the construction schedule for replacement, I'm sure. This is a new piece that will be replaced here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Of course, a new piece of themed concrete or asphalt, depending on how you want to say it. Of course, this material is concrete and a regular street is asphalt, but I just wanted to point that out. And we'll actually continue walking down Hollywood Boulevard at the old Disney's MGM Studios. That's what I enjoy calling it. And just before we went live, I actually checked. Oh, camera jump. I actually checked to see what the attendance looks like. In other words, if you could actually reserve a spot over at the Magic Kingdom today. And like I said, just before we went live, I checked. And as it turns out, it was all booked out for the Magic Kingdom. So that's a quick update for the attendance here this week. Like we were saying before in previous videos, check them out from February 14th to February 23rd with increased attendance here at the Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. And so Disney's Hollywood Studios is looking slightly higher attendance, above average today as well. If you look straight ahead here, you can see all the crowds as well. So that's a quick attendance and crowds update for you. But we're going to slowly swing over here towards Echo Lake. And before we do, I'm going to grab my trusty phone, as I always say, out of my pocket. I had to grab this sucker here. And I'm attempting to turn on the wireless feature. Just bear with me just one moment. In the meantime, you could enjoy views of Echo Lake with Gertie the dinosaur over to the left-hand side. And of course, SS down the hatch over to our right-hand side. Like I said, I'm just activating the wireless feature of my phone so I could bring you some breaking news here in just a moment.
Yeah, we got in there. We watched the park.
Just down below is a Disney PhotoPass photographer taking some photos and making magical memories for this family here. All right, there we go. I think we're all set up here. I just had to play with my cameras a bit. So on with the breaking news. Of course, we're looking at wdwmagic.com. Website credit to www.magic.com. And here we are. Disney confirms Muppet Vision 3D closure for new Monsters, Inc. coaster at Hollywood Studios. And this is dated November 22nd, 2024. And like I said before, I just haven't had the opportunity to get out here to Disney's Hollywood Studios to cover this breaking news for you until now. So we're looking at a picture of, looks like Monstropolis there. There's multiple gallery photos, but I'm sure we'll see them in a moment on the rest of the article here. Disney has officially announced that Muppets Courtyard will be the site for the new Monsters, Inc. land at Disney's Hollywood Studios. This decision marks a significant change for the park, as the beloved Muppet Vision 3D and surrounding areas will be replaced to make way for the new land. And there's some new concept art that shows Monsters, Inc. position in Disney's Hollywood Studios. The choice of Muppets Courtyard comes after months of speculation following the Monsters, Inc. land announcement at D23 2024, with both Muppets Courtyard and Animation Courtyard being considered as potential sites. Despite recent signs that Animation Courtyard might be a strong contender, Disney has ultimately decided to repurpose Muppets Courtyard for this major new addition, which will include the highly anticipated suspended door coaster. And here's some concept art for which looks like the interior show building of the Monsters, Inc. door coaster. The redevelopment will involve the closure of Muppet Vision 3D, as well as the transformation of nearby restaurants, such as Mama Melrose's Ristorante Italiano, Pizza Rizzo, and the surrounding shops. Disney has not yet given a closing date, but a construction on Monsters, Inc. is planned to begin in 2025. In a short statement about the future of Muppet Vision 3D, Disney said, "As we move forward with these changes, we're having creative conversations and exploring ways to preserve the film and other parts of the experience for fans to enjoy in the future." We'll cover that more in a bit, I'm sure. Disney also announced today the Muppets will take over Rock and Roller Coaster, where they'll be teaming up with some of the music's biggest stars for a rockin' music festival. And here's some concept art for, of course, Rock and Roller Coaster, starring the Muppets. And then Disney says the new Monsters, Inc. land will be a living, breathing, and not at all scary monsters-inspired area, where you'll be able to stroll the streets alongside some of your favorite monsters. And here's some additional concept art of the land as well. You see Sully there. And then they go on to say, picking up after the events of Pixar Animation Studios' beloved film, humans now have been invited to visit the world of Monsters, Inc. And the monsters need laughter to power the city and keep it running smoothly. But it's not a true visit without the factory itself. You'll be able to see the sights, hear the sounds, or laughs, and zoom through the building just like James P. Sullivan, aka Sully, and Mike Wazowski via a door. You'll go into the factory and experience the first suspended coaster ever in a Disney park. The coaster will put you right in the middle of the monster action. Okay, so we're just leaving Echo Lake here, and we're coming up, of course, to Grand Avenue. We're headed actually to Muppet Vision 3D. So that was WDW Magic. Shout out to them. And we're actually gonna flip over to our second article here, but before we do, we're just coming up to Star Tours here. It has a standby entrance of 30 minutes, and I'm sure you're seeing the increased levels of attendance here at Disney's Hollywood Studios today. Let me get set up to go to the next article here, if you give me just a moment.
And then there's one thing. Okay. And then it's like, no, I love that. But it's just really high. Okay, I love that. Yeah, I'll do the host.
Okay, so our next item here, if you give me just 1 second here, just to double check, see where my camera's ending up. Jim Henson Company on next act of Muppet Vision 3D after closing at Disney World. And of course, we're here at DisneyTouristBlog.com. Shout out to Tom Bricker, does an excellent job. He has excellent insights as well. And of course, as I always say, sometimes I think it and then I read his blog and I go, oh yeah, we're thinking pretty simpatico. Okay, back to next act of Muppet Vision 3D after closing at Disney World. So there we are, seeing the Muppets there. The Jim Henson Company has released its own statement about the future of Muppet Vision 3D in response to Walt Disney World's announcement of its closure and replacement at Hollywood Studios. This shares the full official statement along with background about the Jim Henson Company's rocky relationship with Disney, as well as other context and commentary. Let's start with a quick recap for those who have missed the Muppets mayhem. Walt Disney World announced during the 2024 D23 Expo that a brand new land themed around Monsters, Inc., will come to life at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Picking up after the events of Pixar's beloved film, humans have now been invited to visit the world of Monsters, Inc. Walt Disney World fans quickly realized that Monstropolis would almost certainly need to replace an existing area at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Further reinforcing this notion is that Disney released 2 pieces of concept art for Monstropolis, showing seemingly conflicting locations for the land. We previously discussed potential candidates in what will Walt Disney World sacrifice for Monstropolis. Unfortunately, we now have the loser in the Monstropolis sweepstakes, the Muppets Courtyard. And we're gonna look here. Here's Grand Avenue. Oh, we should just get a quick shot. There is Donald Duck and Daisy Duck meeting and greetings with some guests over here. Just take a quick shot as I continue with the news. Unfortunately, we now know, yeah, we covered that. I'm lost here because I'm looking at the stroller going down the curb and attempting to make my way back up on the sidewalk here. And like I said, it's a little increased attendance here at Hollywood Studios. But we're slowly going to turn and look. Just a giant mob of people. Even lines for Gonzo's Royal Flush over there.
I'll meet you back here. Okay.
I'm actually having quite a difficult time holding a camera, a phone, and minding where I'm going because it's a little crowded, like I keep repeating over and over again. I just can't get over this. This is a giant mob of people in Grand Avenue here. Okay, Walt Disney World has announced that they'll be opening new doors for Muppets and Monsters at Disney's Hollywood Studios. On a positive note, this means the Muppets taking over Rock and Roller Coaster and replacing Aerosmith. On a negative note, it means Muppet Vision 3D closing to make way for the Monsters, Inc. doors, coaster, and Monstropolis. Which brings us to the official statement on the closure of Muppet Vision 3D from the Jim Henson Company. And of course, now we're looking at the marquee for the Grand Arts Theater, now playing Muppet Vision 3D. That is slightly covered by that lamppost there. But I'll continue walking around Muppets Courtyard aimlessly, and we'll get a shot of the Miss Piggy fountain over here as we continue with the news. So Jim Henson's final project was Muppet Vision 3D. Now regarded as a true theme park classic, innovation was always Jim Henson's North Star, and his trailblazing career led him to a unique challenge, a truly immersive Muppet experience where audiences are part of the happy chaos of the iconic Muppet Show. Originally debuting in 1991, Muppet Vision 3D combined 3D technology with real-world practical effects alongside animatronic and live Muppet characters. The result was a one-of-a-kind Jim Henson experience and an unforgettable capstone to Jim's magnificent career. As we learn of the show's upcoming closure in its current form at Disney's Hollywood Studios, we look forward to Muppet Vision 3D's next act. So that was the official statement. Now let's get back to the blog. Some of you may be confused as to why the Jim Henson Company is putting out a statement about Muppet Vision 3D. After all, doesn't Disney own the Muppets? Tom's asking. So isn't this no different than a subsidiary of the Walt Disney Company releasing a statement like if Lucasfilm were to comment on the quality of the latest Disney Plus show? Not really. This is more like the Walt Disney Family Museum, or really Walt's grandkids and other relatives commenting on something being done by the current company. If you look at the Jim Henson Company Board of Directors, you'll notice a common last name. Spoiler alert, it's Henson. The company is, once again, controlled by Jim Henson's family, including his adult children, Brian, Lisa, Cheryl, and Heather Henson. We're just attempting to move around the corner, around the backside of the crowd here. The Jim Henson Company,
I got it.
it jumped. The Jim Henson Company is not owned by Disney in whole or in part, but it almost was. Back in the late 1980s, Jim Henson started to negotiate a deal in which the Muppets would be sold to Disney. This is probably a story many die-hard Walt Disney World fans and Muppet fans have heard before, but in case not, here it is. So here we go with the story. It gets quite interesting. Michael Eisner was looking to expand Disney's reach by purchasing other franchises in a precursor to the many moves made by his successor, Bob Iger. Disney and the Muppets were a perfect match. Both were highly successful companies with characters beloved by generations. Walt Disney had Mickey Mouse and Jim Henson and Kerbin. They were two creative titans, and in my opinion, about the only acquisitions that would have fit as well as the Muppets would have been Pixar and Studio Ghibli, the latter headed by Hayao Miyazaki, known as the Walt Disney of Japan. By all accounts, Jim Henson agreed with this assessment that the Muppets and Disney were a perfect fit for one another. Henson had grown tired of the business side of Muppets and wanted to get back to creating. His studio was in debt, the Muppets weren't as hot as they were a decade earlier, and the Walt Disney Company had proven itself capable brand managers. Henson felt Disney could revitalize the Muppets in a truly win-win deal, and Eisner really wanted to make the deal happen. Negotiations, the phone jumps a bit. Negotiations not really far along, with the two studios partnering to produce a 60-minute special called The Muppets at Walt Disney World, one of our all-time favorite Disney TV specials. Before the acquisition was finalized, Imagineering and Henson got to work on creating attractions for the Disney MGM studios. Both sides figuring it was a done deal. This resulted in stage shows and entertainment offerings. Here Come the Muppets and Muppets on Location, Days of Swine and Rose. It also brought to life Muppet Vision 3D and was supposed to include a whole land theme to the Muppets. Tragically, Muppet Vision 3D was the last project that Jim Henson personally worked on as he passed away on May 16, 1990. The show was finished after his passing by Henson's longtime collaborators, but bears his fingerprints and trademark humor and heart all over it. Disney's plan to create a whole Muppet Land were put on the back burner, and the deal to acquire the studio fell apart. There are a number of reasons for the deal not coming to fruition, all revolving around Henson's passing. The sordid saga has become the stuff of legends in fan circles, and it's believed that Disney's acquisition of the Jim Henson Company was only days away from happening. There's a picture of Muppets 3D, well, I should say Muppet Vision 3D. Years later, the Jim Henson Company did sell the rights to certain characters and properties away to other companies, including the Muppets to Disney and Sesame Street to Sesame Street Workshop. And that's why those characters are in two different theme parks. The Jim Henson Company also maintains the rights to certain titles in the back catalog, which is why Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas isn't part of Disney, and why there have been reboots of The Dark Crystal and Fraggle Rock, some very good, on other streaming services in the last few years. All of that should explain the distinction between the Disney and Henson companies in a nutshell, more or less. As you've probably gathered, there's a lot more to this story in the early 1990s fallout, rocky relationships between the companies for a period before making amends in typical Eisner fashion, and also the morass of rights to Henson characters. But that's the basic gist of it. As for why this statement from the Jim Henson Company matters, and I guess we're getting to the important part now, for the same reason that it matters when Walt Disney's grandkids and family came out in favor against something the current company's doing, Jim Henson may have had the same stature as Walt Disney. I should rephrase, Jim Henson may not have had the same stature as Walt Disney, but for a large swath of Americans of a certain age, they are regarded similarly, both American originals, who broke the mold with few impactful creative people in our nation's history. Muppet Vision 3D is essentially the last legacy of Jim Henson, and when people like me, that's what Tom says, and myself included too, John with Fun Be Free, say it's culturally significant and should be treated as such, we aren't kidding. Muppet Vision 3D is a prime example of theme parks as art and national heritage. This statement by the Jim Henson Company shines a light on that and may bring it to the attention of and concern of people beyond just theme park fans who may have been previously unaware of Jim Henson's personal involvement. All of this will help to add to the pressure campaign for the Walt Disney Company to do the right thing with regard to the Muppet Vision 3D. Tom's saying, I'm not suggesting that means Walt Disney World walking back the decision and relocating Monstropolis. That isn't happening. There's a reason they took so long to make this announcement. And it's because there has been internal deliberations and debate about all of this. What was announced, at least in terms of where the Monsters, Inc. Doors coaster and Miniland will go, is a done deal. What isn't necessarily settled is the fate of Muppet Vision 3D. Given that, we'd encourage you to add to the pressure campaign by contacting Walt Disney World to respectfully express your opinion. If you have a strong one in this matter, and I assume you do if you read this far, and yes, I agree too, so do I, as soon as possible.
Don't look at the lions.
The best way to do that is by emailing this particular email address here. And he says, trust me, it's not too late to make your voice heard on this subject. He also says, we're currently traveling but have more Muppets post-planned in the next couple of weeks to help spread the word and fight the good fight. Apologies for the lack of response to your many thoughtful comments on the earlier Muppets post. At this point, it's probably a moot point. But ultimately, there are a range of possibilities and outcomes when it comes to the future of Muppet Vision 3D. It could live on as something lame, like a multi-angle tribute put up on Disney Plus or YouTube. At the other end of the spectrum, it could be something ambitious, like relocating the stage show completely, either within Walt Disney World or somewhere else entirely, or something in between two extremes. The Jim Henson Company statement was clever in the sense that it pushes the notion that Muppet Vision 3D will have a next act, and subtly attempts to force Disney's hand to make that hand. Here's hoping it works, and the gang is able to save the theater, or rather the show inside it, once again. So that's a very insightful article from Tom Bricker over at DisneyTouristBlog.com. And I'm going to offer some tidbits of opinion here. But before we do, I just wanted to mention over to our right-hand side here is Pizza Rizzo, quick service dining establishment here inside Grand Avenue. We'll come back to this in a moment. We'll check out the menu. I'd like to look at that. But we're actually headed back over here to Muppet Vision 3D. So I just read 2 long articles, and I'm sure everybody needs a break. Let's go for fun before we continue with getting into the further details of course, did Disney mishandle the closure announcement of Muppet Vision 3D? We'll come back to that, so stay tuned. So at this moment, I'm actually going to flip the camera here, and then I'm actually going to go to my phone and disable the wireless feature on it.
Yeah, it's like anything else, man.
In the meantime, you could enjoy a view of the Miss Piggy Fountain.
Hey, all right, what? Muppet's right here, then.
Okay, I'm going to put my phone back in my pocket. Check the camera here. Oh, and before we go in to see Muppet Vision 3D, I'll check the chat. Adam N. Hello, Adam N. Welcome back. The Muppets take Manhattan, but they can't have their own courtyard. That's a good point. Oh, boy. Good point there, Adam N. Okay. And oh, are we getting the last call in here, or is it just the guest streaming? Oh, last call. Let's go. We're going to go. Check this out. We got the nice cast member welcoming us here to Muppet Vision 3D.
Last time, make sure your whole party is here. If your whole party is not here, please do not enter the building.
My friends pick up 3D glasses. I have 3D glasses, guys.
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Oh, we're in the pre-show, and we're just about to enter the theater, and I'll pan the camera down here
3D show.
to pick up our 3D glasses. And we'll take a quick look, of course, at the pre-show here before we enter the actual theater. And look, it's a packed house today. We're probably going to end up sitting in the back, but I guess that's okay.
Hey guys, please make sure you're happy.
What I'll attempt to do is hold the 3D glasses up to the camera lens, and we could see if we could actually get some 3D effect. I'll give it a shot, but we never know. The camera might have a hard time focusing in the dark or based on the light levels in the theater, so we'll just have to play it by ear or sight. Okay, well, it looks like there's plenty of seats here in the back, so this is where we'll end up then. I'll just sit off to the side so I don't disturb people with my big camera rig here, and of course the light coming off of it.
Sorry.
You're fine, no worries.
For the comfort and safety of everyone around you, please no flash photography, video lighting, or cell phone use during the show. Now, put on your special 3D glasses, Kermit and the Gang proudly present Muppet Vision 3D.
The job for the hell of it.
Sorry, boss. Hi-ho, Kermit Frog here, and welcome to Muppet Vision 3D. Now, let me show you around our research center. See, here in this modern high-tech facility... Hey! Here in this modern high-tech facility, we have perfected Muppet Vision 3D, a new film process which we're about to demonstrate. Now, working the projector is an old friend of ours, the Swedish Chef. Chef, everything okay?
Hoppen, der Maschinen is going to flumy fluger.
Exactly. And our demonstration includes a little song from this movie. Little? Did I say little? I meant to say it's a huge, show-stopping, major song from Miss Piggy. That's more like it. Good. And we've also got a big musical finale from Sam Eagle. Sam, what's it about?
It's called a salute to all nations, but mostly America.
Great. So it's going to be a swell demonstration, and at no time will we be stooping to any cheap 3D tricks.
Did you say cheap 3D tricks? And here's something I wanted to spring on you. Omar, it's that dumb bear again. Hey, bear, you're not even funny in 3D. Oh, not you guys. How did you get here? We entered a contest. Yeah, we lost. Oh, yeah? Well, my new 3DX gonna shower you all with humor. Waka waka.
our secret laboratory. You see, we invited distinguished scientists from all over the world to come and work here. Unfortunately, none of them showed up. So instead, I'd like to introduce you to the guys who invented Muppet Vision, and they can show you some of their... right now, I'd like to turn you over to Dr. Bunsen Honeydew and his assistant, Beaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kermit. Today, let's look at the advancements we've been working on for Muppet Vision. Beaker, would you turn on the machine? These Muppet labs have been able to grab hold of the future. The wheels of progress turn swiftly here as we strike upon ways to bring science simply to you. This user-friendly machine will now generate the first living 3D effect just by flicking a simple switch.
I follow the spirit of 3D.
Thank you, Peter.
Ooh, cute outfit. What's this? Don't you just hate it when your nose runs? You know, all these other people think I'm talking to them, but I'm really just talking to you.
Well, I think I'll be just loud enough of volume, Peter. May deactivate.
What? What are you? Watch it.
Oh dear, he won't deactivate. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing to worry about, but please keep your heads down.
So the black boy bouncing on people's heads.
Peter, activate the inflatomatic.
The what? The who?
Peter, hurry.
Great! Now I can start my own football team!
Peter, we'll have to try the vacuum Muppet. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all making please back on this family.
Hey, I'm free! Taxi! All right, now I'm getting out of this place.
This way, folks. I'm sorry, but Muppet Lab seems to have been temporarily sucked up. But, what is that?
Hey, come in. See, it's my new remote control Banana 3 Pie. Hey, come in. What's this?
What? Ozzy, that's terrible.
You're right. Needs more sugar.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first musical portion of our demonstration, we have Miss Piggy in a wonderful 3D number. That's you, penguins.
Doesn't look good. Yeah, too bad they're gonna spoil it for the pig.
Oh, sun shining right above you. Soft breezes seem to whisper, I love you. Birds singing in the sycamore tree, dreaming to dream of you. Look in my eyes and kiss me. Just hold me tight and tell me you miss me. For I like only blue as can be. But I don't really love me. No troubles as life goes on, dear. Still craving a kiss. Oh, that's it. Knock it off, penguin.
This was going so well.
I will not work with the
But it was just doing 3D. It's only this.
What's that?
It was for the big water skiing finale.
Anyway, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
You are ruining this film.
Well, I was just trying to help. I didn't mean anything. Go away. Go away.
Does anybody know the way out of this film? Hey, you got a map down there?
Well, you can come with me if you like. I just got fired and I'm running away.
Terrific! Let's go.
Okay.
Hey, Bean, what's up?
I'm going away. Forever.
Oh, great. Could you give me a sandwich? Would any of you people like anything? Since he's going out, he could forever? Bean? Bean? Oh, Kermit! Kermit!
Hey, sweetheart, that's a rare fact.
Hey, Fuzzy, Kermit! What is it? Bean Bunny ran away!
Oh, no.
Yes, our ribbons!
We gotta find him.
I
All right,
know!
everybody spread out and look for me.
I'll go this way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue the show in just a moment. But in the meantime, if you see a rabbit, holler.
Bean.
Oh, Bean! 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 Where are you? Bean! Bean!
Hey, what's all the commotion about? What, he ran away? Well, you know what that makes him? Smarter than us! Anybody see the bunny? I don't see the bunny. Where? Where? Oh, nothing up there but a bunny. A bunny? Me! Hey, Kermit, look!
What?
Bean, what are you doing out there?
I'm running away. Nobody will let me help in the movie.
Oh.
This is a very moving moment. Yeah, I wish they'd move it to Pittsburgh.
Hey, Bean! What are we doing sticking around here? Let's rubber!
Who's that?
He's Waldo, my 3D friend, and we're both leaving the movie.
But Bean! If you leave, you'll miss all the fireworks!
Right, yeah! Fireworks? Ooh.
Okay, I'll stay, but I want to help.
Gee, is there anything Bean can do in the final number?
Oh, gosh. Maybe Bean could set off the fireworks.
That sounds great! Yeah, I'll stay and help. Oh, I love fireworks!
Well, okay. Sam, are you about ready?
Yes, it's a glorious 3-hour finale.
You got a minute and a half. Okay, everybody, get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the Muppets proudly present the final demonstration of Muppet Vision 3D.
What are you doing? Get back to your place.
Is it over yet? We start again?
Bean, the fireworks.
Not in the way!
Enjoying the fireworks? No, your chair's on my foot!
could hit me with a...
Everybody, he's
Everyone okay in here? We surrender! We surrender! What an explosion!
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to apologize for our slight technical difficulties, but I do wish to assure you that no one was hurt and this theater suffered only minor damage. So thank you very much for coming to see this demonstration of Muppet Vision technology, and enjoy the rest of your stay, and come see us again sometime.
Forward!
Well, what do you think? We have time to go to the bathroom before the next show? We can't go full. We're bolted to the seat.
On behalf of the Kermit and the gang, thank you for joining us. Please gather your personal belongings and exit the doors on your right. Remember to pause for 3D glasses.
Here, I'm going to back up. Check out all the people in this theater right now. It's not quite full, but maybe 3/4. It's still popular, still pulls in a crowd. This show is solid gold. It's a gem, and I just can't believe we're going to lose it. We're going to cover that more. Stay tuned. But I'm just trying to take a quick look at the theater before we exit or unload through the opposite side, through the exit doors. I just wanted to get a quick shot of the rear or back of the theater, where you can see, of course, Swedish Chef and the cannon. There's the animation piece cycling now. Oh. But did you hear the eruption of applause by this audience? This show is truly timeless and classic. And I'm gonna just repeat this over again.
Hello, everyone.
Can't believe we're losing it.
Select the row to be all the way across, leaving no more than 5 empty seats to your right. Remember, the top 2 rows to your far right are reserved for our guests traveling in wheelchairs and their parties. Hello, everyone. As you enter the theater, please select your row to be all the way across, leaving no more than 5 empty seats to your right. Remember, the top 2 rows to your far right are
So we're gonna take our 3D glasses and toss them in the purple receptacle below. How satisfying was that? And we're just backing up here because I wanted to take a quick look at the attraction posters. This won't be our last opportunity to see this, but you know, it could be. Don't know if we'll get back. Frankie's Formal Wear. It's a little dark with the lighting here at the unload, but you can still just make it out. The joke's on me, Fozzie Bear. Gig Wanted. And so it looks like the purple receptacles here are becoming full, and the cast members are emptying all those goggles to go backstage to be cleaned and washed and sanitized. And we'll just take a look at the sign above. Please return 3D glasses here, which is probably impossible to read with the sun glaring behind it. And just up ahead, we're greeted with Mama Melrose's Ristorante Italiano, table service dining experience here in Grand Avenue. And there's a Stage 1 company store that has been closed now, like we covered previously, for I think about 4 years now. That was actually reopened for a brief moment during the milestone here at Disney's Hollywood Studios to sell brief limited engagement merchandise. And Mama Melrose's Restaurante Italiano. Cast members calling out guests that are eager to get their Italian table service meal. We may come back to this and check out the menu, but I want to head over to Pizza Rizzo right now since it's just around the corner. I actually want to see what the attendance and the crowd level looking like at Pizza Rizzo. And there it is now, Pizza Rizzo, established 1908. The best pizza on the planet. Of course, reference to a Toy Story movie. That was actually the Toy Story Playhouse at the El Capitan circa 1995 with all those large fiberglass figures shipped to Disneyland for that experience and then shipped over here for Recycle Amazement, the musical featuring Toy Story fiberglass characters. But a call or shout out because this location once had all those Toy Story props from the El Capitan in here. Remember, before they actually had the second story or the upper level up there, this was a Toy Story themed area over here. And then we could just get a quick shot of the famous original Pizza Rizzo sign. We could push in and check it out. And we have a chat, Claire's YouTube. She says, I've seen it. Welcome to the channel, Claire. Where are you from? Oh, here's a cast member with Kermit. Is it okay to point my camera in your general direction with Kermit? Would Kermit like to say something? Oh, thank you so much. Have a great day. Sorry to embarrass you, put you on the spot, but
Listen, I'm a theater person.
thank you so much. Take care. Have a great day. Okay, so if we head over to our left-hand side, we could go around this brass stanchion, of course. See that nice cast member there where they'll direct us to the register orders. Registers right up ahead here. And of course, if we have a mobile order pickup, it would direct us off in this direction. And here are the mobile order pickup bays, pickup 1, 2, and 3. So look at the size of all the register ordering wraps. And of course, the pickup counter, quite large. Look at the hustle and the bustle in the kitchen. Serving all these pizzas here at Pizza Rizzo. Let's slowly back up and I will take a quick pan of this crowd, which looks pretty average if you ask me. Lunchtime does get crowded here, but that looks pretty average. And then I just wanted to make note where we came in and the glare from the sun, but this is quite a large area with a lot of square footage to accommodate guests here, because this sometimes at certain times of the day, like lunchtime, can get slammed in this quick service dining establishment. But right now, while we're here, you've probably heard me say it before, I will take my phone out of my pocket. Here it is again. And I'm attempting, so I'll show you again. I'm attempting to turn on the wireless feature. In the meantime, I'll attempt to point it at the menu overhead, which is probably so small that it's impossible to read. Nonetheless, if you give me just a moment, I'll be right with you, and we'll take a look at the Pizza Rizzo menu here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. I'm actually firing up the My Disney Experience app in the background here. And I'm attempting to search for Pizza Rizzo. All right, we have a success. Okay, here at Pizza Rizzo at Disney's Hollywood Studios off of Grand Avenue. They offer lunch and dinner from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's a quick service restaurant, like we said, and I'm gonna tap on begin order. They have mobile order pickup here, as we previously said. and we're going to select the arrival window. I'm just going to hit now to 3:25 p.m. Mock this sucker up, and they're showing entrees. Our first one is the pepperoni and sausage pizza. It's topped with sausage and pepperoni, served with choice of side. So you can select your side like a small Caesar salad or carrots, depending on your choice. If we go back here, they also have the ever popular pepperoni pizza. Hello there.
Hello, would you like to see a hidden Mickey?
I would, but at the moment, I'll show you on the screen here. I'm showing the audience the menus up here. So as soon as we look at the menus, I'll come right back to you. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for offering. One of the nice cast members offered to show us a nice feature here. So we'll be right with her after we take a look at the menu. And there's also the mushroom pizza, a cheese pizza, and they have the antipasto salad with ham, salami, pepperoni, and then of course the olives, mozzarella, tomatoes, pepperoni, peppers, red onion, all tossed over with chopped romaine and house vinaigrette. I'm attempting to rush because we have something more important to get to, I think. They also have the meatball sub. This is of course a hoagie roll stuffed with seasoned meatballs and smothered in a marinara sauce and provolone, served with choice of side, like the small Caesar salad or the carrots again. They also have these additional sides like a side Caesar salad and of course the mini Baby Bell snack cheese. And then the cuties, the mandarins, they also have the kids Disney check meals like a mini chicken sub, a cheese pizza, and the kids meals also include a pepperoni pizza and then the macaroni and cheese as well. There's also the desserts like the cannoli that qualifies as a snack, and the pizza cookie. Let's look at the pizza cookie. Look at that. A sugar cookie topped with strawberry jam, white chocolate, and sprinkles. And they also offer additional traditional Coca-Cola beverages as well. So let's try to get back here. You give me a moment. I'm gonna attempt to turn off the wireless feature on my phone. And as always I say, I'll be right with you. Put the phone back in my pocket. Turn off the menu. Flip the camera. And there we go, we're back here at Pizza Rizzo. Now, I'm attempting to find a nice cast member that was offering to show us a nice little feature here. I believe she was going to show us a hidden Mickey. I'm scanning and surveying the area now, but I don't see where she actually went. I don't know if she went on break or she's assisting some other guests at the moment. But I'm attempting to find her. I'm looking outside, I just don't see her. Okay. Oh, she's over here. Okay, we're over here. Found her. Okay, got it. She's assisting other guests because, you know, she's doing her job and doing her job well. And in the meantime, I'll just show you some photos on the wall. Is it okay to point the camera in your general direction? Oh, okay. And Diana. Hello, Diana. Thank you for being so kind. What did you want to show us?
Would you like to see a hidden Mickey?
I'm sure my chat viewers would love to see a hidden Mickey. So she's going to show us a hidden Mickey that I actually wasn't aware of here at Pizza Rizzo. And I'm attempting to... Oh yeah, it is a hidden Mickey. I was looking, wait, where's the Swiss... Oh, the holes in the Swiss cheese. Okay, I'll try to point it out with my finger, but you can probably see it kind of makes a Mickey representation in the Swiss cheese slice there behind the glass. And I hope the reflection doesn't obscure it, but I'm going to take a quick look at all the other merchandise that they pretend to offer for purchase here at Pizza Rizzo. But Diana, thank you so much. Have a great day. And she has Fozzie the Bear. Look at Fozzie, he's waving. Oh, is it Dana?
Yes.
Dana, not Diana, excuse me.
It's alright.
Fozzie was obscuring the view.
You can call me anything, just don't call me late for dinner. That's
Oh, I see. A comedian at heart from Dana. Thank you again. Have a great day. So nice and so kind. And then here we have a few plaques here. Look at this. Lovely, lovely. Pizza Rizzo, Employee of the Month. Of course, the spilled Coke and taking, you know, a bite out of the pizza. Pizza Eating Contest Hall of Fame plaque. And then I'm sure everybody here has had enough of the, of course, the register ordering wraps and the pickup counter. So one last look, and then we'll slowly go back to the photos that we tried to capture here just a few moments ago. Here's hanging on the wall. And this one here, Papa Rizzo's original apron, circa 1916. It was a little hard to read. It's not exactly clear glass, a little peg. Okay, we're gonna go into the lower level dining room right now, and as we do, I am gonna walk towards the steps and turn around on my own axis so everybody doesn't get seasick in the chat, because I wanted to show you this little special machine here. It's right there, boom. Personalized and engraved tags, touch to start. Here's one of those machines. And over on the opposite side, or left-hand side, of course, are the condiments. I'm going to just take a quick look at the lower level dining room as we go upstairs. And then if we went through those double doors there, it'll actually take us back outside that we walked past, aimlessly a few times reading the article. And then here's a quick look in the opposite direction. There's all kinds of memorabilia, signage, photographs, WDI created custom articles of theming elements. But there's a lot of people eating, so I really don't want to disturb them. But we'll go upstairs and it'll probably be a little less crowded so we can see more items, more theming, more wall decor. So I'm walking up the steps now, which are very well lit. And if you look, and I know, of course, I'm not going to hold the camera underneath the set of steps, but under these steps, step-lipped mounted LED lighting. And of course, as I pan up, you could probably see it just peeking out at the top level there, with a nice rise over the run, comfortable to walk up and down these steps. Of course, as I was mentioning before, this upper level was added when they did Pizza Rizzo, or they updated this. They definitely plus this location. We're now headed into, as I walk closer to the sign so you could actually see it, Rizzo's Deluxe Supreme Banquet Hall. Today, somebody got married. Join us for the wedding reception of Jill and Lil, daughter of Will and Jill, son of Phil and Bill, featuring DJ Electric Mayhem. If that sounds familiar to you, yes, of course, that's the same Electric Mayhem, or mimicking, that we're going to see on the Rock and Roller Coaster redo when they, of course, remove Muppet Vision 3D and bring it over into Sunset Boulevard and replace Rock and Roller Coaster starring Aerosmith. And then, of course, featuring DJ Electric Mayhem playing the greatest wedding hits of all time, BYOB and P. I don't know what P means, but anybody in the chat, let me know, because I have no idea. We could always look it up, but it'll just end up stalling this stream. Okay. Wedding reception room. Doesn't it quite feel like, we're going to a wedding reception? So there you go. And here's the upper level dining room. Of course, I was mentioning before, seems like pretty average, but normal. So not too many guests are choosing to dine on the upper level at the moment, which gives us an excellent opportunity to check out all these photographs and wall decor hanging on the brick faux themed walls. Of course, these brick walls are not structural, they're just a facade. But of course, all this wall decor mimicking everything from New York and Brooklyn, of course. Quick shot. I want to mention there's a set of steps here that takes us back to the ground level. So that's one way to get down. There's also an exterior dining area on the upper level mezzanine as well, outside those single doors. There's doors on both sides of the building. And if you went through the door straight ahead, there's actually another set of steps that could take you down to the lower level. But I also wanted to mention, not only are there the Gonzo's Royal Flush restrooms downstairs, but there are restrooms up here. These restrooms, I would highly recommend. Pro tip, fun to be free pro tip is, if you ever come to Pizza Rizzo, use the upstairs or upper level restrooms. They are smaller in size. However, as you could probably see, there is nobody up here. But while I was actually filming some social media trailers, if you will, earlier, I came by this area before we circled back to the main gate. Before we went live at 2:00 p.m. Eastern time, there was an even bigger mob of people waiting to get in Gonzo's Royal Flush, including the men's restroom. Yes, you heard me say that. There was approximately a dozen men standing outside waiting to get in the restroom. So at this point, we're going to go look for a stairway to navigate down to the lower level. and go back out to Grand Avenue. But before we do, I wanted to mention one quick thing. Here's a souvenir coins machine stashed way up here. Why? I have no idea. It doesn't make sense why they put it up here, but there's a reason for it. Anybody in the chat have any thoughts on that? That's one I cannot figure out. Sometimes Disney just perplexes me. In regards to the guest flow, it seems to me anything that generates revenue, you want to put it smack dab in a pathway with the highest pedestrian guest flow with multiple points of route traffic going past it. And whereas we're walking down the steps, of course, we see the large stroller parking area. Of course, most likely everybody here is parking their stroller for the Grand Arts Theater, Muppet Vision 3D. And of course, before they rethemed it, before we got Grand Avenue, you probably remember the giant colorful balloon on top of the clock tower. Marty, I have to, send you back to the future. Anyways, all that. So up there you see Gonzo hanging off the minute hand of the clock. At least that still remains from the original, theming here at Muppet Vision 3D. And of course, let's look down and survey the crowd. Look at everybody just moving around. It's actually much lighter, as I was saying before. It was very congested in this area. And at this moment, it's not too bad. And of course, the Miss Piggy fountain. Oh, hello there. And here, I forgot. I completely missed this. I was so focused. Here is the exit or unload traffic coming from the Muppet Vision 3D theater right now. Just streaming back. I don't know where they're going, but all over the park. There's many more amazing attractions to experience. But let me turn slowly on my axis and then point the camera somewhat down the steps. And I'm gonna hold on to the handrail, walk down to the lower level. And so we're gonna walk down steps to walk back up steps. You'll see what I'm talking about in just a moment here. Put in the corner here. So we come down to the lower level and we got to go back to the mid level, I guess. Okay. Back up here. You're watching live streaming coverage from Disney's Hollywood Studios, where we're checking out Muppet Vision 3D. And we're also going to discuss if Disney mishandled the closure announcement of this particular attraction here in just a few moments. But before we do, I'll swing around and we'll go take a front view of the Miss Piggy fountain. I don't think we did that yet. I'm sure everybody wants to see it though. Miss Liberty. The stash that she's wearing. Amazingly themed fountain. And sometimes horticulture gets involved, of course, in this fountain, and they install, of course, greenery, shrubbery, landscaping in here while the maintenance team takes care of it. I prefer it to be a fountain instead of a planter myself. That's what it's designed to be and designed to do. But one other thing I want to mention just real fast here on the opposite side of the fountain, looking down towards the exit area, the unload area for Muppet Vision 3D, you could probably see a steel structure. It almost looks like a building, but not quite. In other words, you can see through it, and it's got some X-frames up there. That particular light blue structure, it's painted in that particular bluish color, meant to, essentially melt away in the Florida sunshine. So you just don't see it. At any rate, the reason why I bring this up, because they actually demolished the facade. That was a facade of, say, like a backstage or a studio backlot facade of a filming location. And so they demolished the actual theming elements, and what exists, of course, is the actual physical structure. You can see it poking up just above the backstage gate that's green in color there, with the, of course, walls that mimic the Figueroa Street Bridge headed into Star Wars Land just behind us. And here is one other thing I want to mention. In the olden days, anybody in chat remember this? These gates used to be closed and it was very awkward, so you didn't know if this was a backstage area or an onstage area. So sometimes people would go through it, sometimes they wouldn't. Comment in the chat if you have any experience with that, so people walk all the way around. But I believe the intent from Walt Disney Imagineering was have these actual gates for the guest flow. In other words, they wanted the flow, I think, to come out of Muppet Vision exit, and of course go past Mama Melrose's Ristorante Italiano, and of course It's a Wonderful Shop, the Christmas shop that's been closed except for the I guess holiday meet and greet with Santa Claus, and then of course come over here and in this direction. In other words, it made a loop, a counterclockwise loop for the actual guest flow. So that's what they wanted, I believe, but then it just got too confusing, I think. But let's check the chat real quick. Oh, Tiki Man fan's back. Hey, Tiki Man. He says, hi at Fun to Be Free. Hello at Adam N. And of course, at Claire's YouTube. Tiki Man fan also says, this was once a much occupied fountain with much more Muppets and a spinning piggy. Yes, I do believe you're correct, sir. It seemed like they had a lot more animation in here, along with another set piece that I believe they removed in this area over here. Any further speculation or memory recall, photos, anything? I swear there was something over here that was animated along with the boat of Ratso Rizzo's, I think. And of course, I thought Miss Piggy spun too. And of course, I thought the water feature, the spinning out of her little crown there, I thought it was more intense and that water actually went to the edge of the wall. But anybody know more than me? That's what I recall at least. And Tiki Man fan also says, why leave the understructure? Well, Tiki Man fan, I don't know. I really don't. Even though you think that I know everything here, I certainly don't. I can only surmise, speculate, or just, guess at why this is still here. I think that it has to do with something in the budget. Okay, everybody's gonna lose their mind when I start talking about budgets now, because they're gonna go, you have no idea what you're talking about. But I'm not an accountant, but here's what I can offer. So when I worked at Disneyland for approximately 22 years, I worked with many accountants, and they would share many, many stories about budgetary items, finance, operational budgets, how they worked and operated. So let me try to get to this real quick. We got chats rolling, but let me get back to the chat in a moment. So what I think's going on here is that before they announced the official closure, which they mishandled, I think, because we just read the article from DisneyTouristBlog.com, Tom Bricker, in regards to the Henson family and so on and so forth. But so in general, I'm not talking about this specific attraction, but in general at Disneyland, because I have a lot of experience with Disneyland stuff, that what I think they were doing is they would cut the attraction budget. In other words, the maintenance budget, not the safety budget. They won't touch that because, of course, as you know, guest safety is paramount. It's the #1 key. Safety, show, courtesy, efficiency, and now there's inclusion, the 5th key. Anyways, moving on from that. I'm now facing away from the subject matter I'm talking about because I'm walking back and forth here. Hello there, and the cast is looking at me funny because they have no idea what I'm holding, this crazy contraption. But I'm gonna slowly swing and turn around again and look at this structure. So going back to the budget. So they start pulling back all the money and they stop maintaining the attraction. So they essentially trying to save money and push the money into the next fiscal year. So the reason for that is they removed the structure, in my opinion, the facade, because it was crumbling. In other words, it didn't meet safety standards here for Reedy Creek codes, which is now, of course, a different name, the Central Florida Central Tourism. But anyways, so, and then that goes along with the demolition. So I don't know if they're gonna make demolition of this, but if they did, here's another one. See how the structure actually goes into the building back here, the Mama Melrose's actual restaurant dining area? In my opinion, I'm not an engineer, but my guess is if they were to remove the structure, they have to reinforce this building because this is part of the building, meaning the blue steel, I think, is all part of this building over here. And if they touch this building, they have to address that structure. If they touch that structure, they have to address this building. So that's part of it too. But where I'm going with the monies, I said monies because I love saying S's or plural on things. The money in the budget, they're saving whatever they're doing backstage because there's, lots of stuff you can't see backstage for infrastructure like power, garbage, trash, all utilities, water, gas, all that stuff. That costs big money to redo, rip up, change, modify. So all that money's wrapped into the budget when they announced, now I'm going to turn back, the new attraction for Monsters Inc. land here, the Monstropolis, the door coaster. So that's what I believe. They're rolling the money in to the future budget, not the current budget. That's a long way to go to get to future budget for the new attraction, not the current attraction. But let's get back to the chat. I could go on and on and on about that, but we got more important stuff to talk about. And then, oh, KJ's back. Hi, KJ, welcome back. She says, hi, folks. Hello, Tiki fan man. Wait, let me say that again. Tiki man fan is the correct terminology with, a hand waving. DJ also says, good day, John. Hello, KJ. And Tiki man fan says, hi, Kirsty Jane. And KJ also comes back and says, may I be nosy and ask what kind of work you are doing now? Well, as it turns out, I am your YouTube vlogger here at the Walt Disney World Resort, KJ. I'm here to bring you all this exclusive content, like today's live stream from Disney's Hollywood Studios. And Tiki Man Fan says, that makes sense. Well, thank you, Tiki Man Fan. I really like it when KJ and Tiki Man get into the chat, because I really think Tiki Man Fan has some insight to all this as well. At any rate, KJ says, my husband loves discussing utilities. Oh, so do I. What do I not like talking about this place? We could go deep here, very deep, about infrastructure, electrical. In fact, I was just going to talk about electrical. So, while we're here, we'll get another shot of the Grand Dodge Theater, featuring, of course, Muppet Vision 3D, as I start making this, long diatribe to get to just a quick point. Cast member right now just announcing next show, 5 minutes. And as anybody that just jumped into the live chat, we actually just saw the show. So after this concludes, you could always scrub, go back, rewind, start over, watch this video again from the beginning, and go enjoy Muppet Vision 3D. But back to the electrical infrastructure. And KJ says, he's a water engineer. Wait. Hold on. I gotta pause my story and check the chat out because it's rolling here. Tiki Man says, have you gone full-time streamer vlogger? Well, Tiki Man Fan, that is up to you guys because, it's very difficult. This is a very challenging gig to get into. And of course, I have to find something that pays the bills. If it becomes successful, you never know what the future is, but I gotta tell you right now, this is my hobby. Hobbies cost money. And the camera rig that I'm holding now, you don't even want to know how much it cost just to get everything set up so I could hit go live. But, so like I said before, I enjoy it. It's my passion. I like coming here. I love bringing you the content. But I just want to say it is a hobby at this point. It's nothing more than that. We'll see in the future. You never know what it could bring, but stay positive and it could be a smashing success. You just never know. Looks like we have another vlogger here. He's taking probably footage for his own YouTube channel in landscape, so I imagine it's for YouTube. At any rate, let me go back to the chat. I gotta keep going up. There's too many. I can't keep up. And KJ says, oh, you're going for it. Full time on YouTube? That's super. Well, we'll see, KJ. We'll see. I'm crossing my fingers with a little bit of positively luck. You never know what could happen. And then KJ says, he's a water engineer. No, I'm not a water engineer. I'm actually not an engineer, but I enjoy talking about engineering and structure. And of course, anything you can't see here, backstage, under your ground, or over your head, I enjoy it. What you just can't see. Tiki Man fans, I see. And KJ says, infrastructure is a big part of his world. Here, let me say it. Part of my world. Anyways, I can't sing. KJ also says, I prefer just discussing air. Oh, wait. I was probably delayed and we were like simpatico. We were like on the same wavelength. Woo, traction beam sucked me right in. KJ says, of course, I prefer just discussing Ariel. That's crazy. KJ, Jinx, Tiki Man Fan. Tiki Man Fan says, I'm stubbed with notifications. Let me know what else I can do to help. All right, Tiki Man fan, I think that was directed at me, John at Fun to Be Free. Thank you so much if that's the case and for your support. And KJ, life is too short to spend too much time on things you don't enjoy. And I agree, KJ. The only issue is survival. You know, this modern day world, it takes money. Oh, there's Donald and Daisy. They're headed to meet and greet coming out from break. Just over they're going to head around the corner to the left-hand side. KJ also says, no, sorry, miscommunication. My husband, Sweet Michael, is water engineer. Oh, I fully get it now, KJ. Apologies for my mistake. That's interesting because you never know what we could come up with in terms of questions for him. So he's a hydraulic engineer, eh? So he would understand one of our past conversations about Pirates of the Caribbean, probably with the upper level, lower level, drop stop, flooding the lower level of the attraction. And they brought in aerodynamics, of course, to solve the flooding issue. So maybe he knows more. We'll have to find out. 1 minute to the next show here at Muppet Vision 3D. But okay, I think we got the chats going here. I thought we're caught up. So I want to talk about electrical infrastructure for just a moment. So I'm going to actually swing the camera and you're going to go, of course, this guy is moving the camera too much. I have actually never been backstage here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. But if somebody in the chat knows what's directly behind that gate, that'd be very helpful, but I could only imagine, I'm not sure where it is, but somewhere in this area, because this was an expansion pad, of course. Here, I'll say, Disney's MGM Studios, because I love saying that, was here first, and then of course this is an expansion pad, meaning this whole area was expansion. And I don't believe they had the transformers or electrical infrastructure backstage, which leads me to believe if this was an expansion, the transformers, green in color, you probably see them, green big boxes, are probably just on the other side of that backstage gate based on my experience at Disneyland with the electrical grid, the power infrastructure, the transformers, all that jazz. So where I'm going with the electrical infrastructure here, this is a long time coming, but we should probably start walking over towards Launch Bay, Star Wars Launch Bay and Animation Courtyard, because I also want to mention that's where the Monsters Inc. door coaster was, of course, rumored back in, it was like, you know, early November of last year to go. And when that rumor came out, I was happy because needless to say, as before we walk past for one last time for this moment, Muppet Vision 3D, I'm of course very sad to see this go, but I was at that moment for that rumor thought, well, it's possible that they could put it over at Animation Courtyard in Launch Bay, but we're going to discuss why about the power issue here in a moment. I think that's what I believed, or at least I thought at that moment when I heard that information. We're getting back into the sun, so I'm going to put my sunnies on, my Ray-Bans, and as we do, you could survey the crowd here on Grand Avenue. And I'm just looking for a good way or where I should go on this crowd here to get out in the middle of the open so I could just start walking at a normal pace instead of zigzagging the crowd. But as I do, let me check the chat. KJ says, Michael likes looking at the little screens on attractions. Apparently they are called HMI and PIC. Goes wee over my head. I'm not quite sure. HMI, is that an acronym for a vendor, a brand, a manufacturer? I'm not quite familiar with HMI, but there are special use screens. For example, as we're coming up to Star Tours, I wanted to mention here in terms of screens. So you just can't stick a regular TV screen like you have in your living room at home on the Star Tours cabins or ride system because it bounces around too much. That TV would last probably an hour. In other words, there's just too much motion bouncing. So they use, like on Star Tours, a brand Borland. I believe it's B-O-R-L-A-N-D or L-U-N-D. I'm not quite sure the spelling. But Borland monitors, or essentially they're TVs. They're special, they're professional monitors, which is a TV, fancy TV. Very, very expensive TV, Borland, that they use on Star Tours for that very purpose. But here, that's another example how I got sidetracked. But let me turn around here, try to slowly turn the camera because, you know, I'm gonna make you seasick. But we're headed back towards the Grand Avenue here and of course eventually get into Commissary Lane. And as I discussed before, I want to head over to Animation Courtyard to go back to Launch Bay because we're talking about the electrical infrastructure. Okay, let me check the chat again. KG says human-machine interface. Oh, I see. Got it. So HMI is human-machine interface. Yep, then boom, it just popped up. Tiki Man Fan, HMI. So another acronym we were talking about previously, acronyms. Lots of acronyms. That one was over my head. I'm not an expert on by any means on anything except for pretty much Disney. If it's Disney and I experienced it, yeah, I'll call myself an expert. But anyways, electrical infrastructure. So behind us was Muppet Vision 3D. And here's where I want to get to the point real fast. So power uses, electrical grid. They only have so much juice of existing pipes, if you will. You know, they're wires, but think of it as a tube or a pipe where water goes through it. The pipe's only so big, you can only push so much water through it. So if you only have so much juice, so much power, so much electricity, you can't just bring in more. You can't just plug an extension cord. In general, to actually bring more power into something of an area like, say, the Muppet Visions or Grand Avenue area, it would cost megabucks. Like I have no idea how much it costs, but I'm gonna just say probably millions or tens of millions of dollars just to bring in more electricity. So I suspicion, the point of this whole story, I suspicion the reason why simply Monsters Inc. is going to Grand Avenue to replace Muppet Vision 3D is because the power usage meets the demand for the attraction. So when they install the show building, when they install the prefabricated ride system, which is most likely a Vekoma, V-E-K-O-M-A, essentially a custom-built Vekoma roller skater, I believe they're going to put in there. And so that particular attraction or ride system or roller coaster will eat just the juice, the amount of juice, the electricity, or the grid, the infrastructure, the electrical that is existing without them upgrading switchgear, transformers, or anything like that. So I think, my opinion, the reason why they chose the location is based on electrical purposes and the actual switchgear. That's why. And you probably will never hear that because the only people that know that, of course, Walt Disney Imagineers, that are the electrical engineers. And so that's just me making it up, but that is a very, I think, spot-on observation on my part. Whereas if we walk over to Animation Courtyard here, that is actually just almost ahead, somewhat off to our left. Here's me making this up. Okay, you probably can't see it, but I can. If you look above Star Wars Launch Bay, which is grayish in color in a vertical fashion, there's another building there that's buff or tan or whitish in color. And that's the office building now that I believe they house for, operations. But before, it was for, of course, the backstage studio tram tour. And that's where you could go and view the animators at work. Remember that? Anybody in the chat remember where you could actually watch the animators draw the characters? And they actually that was a real studio. And they actually created a lot of content for the Walt Disney Pictures in that building that I'm pointing out above Launch Bay. Here's the point. Back to the point. So over here in Animation Courtyard, I believe there is no electrical grid, not enough switchgear, not enough juice, not enough electrical to power a Vekoma roller skater or a Monsters Inc. laugh floor coaster. That's the whole point of the story. So it has to do with electrical. In other words, it would have been too expensive. Again, I'm just making up numbers. I have no idea on this because who knows how much it costs. But it's very, 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 very expensive to the point where when you have a budget for a new theme park or an attraction, I've heard upwards of approximately 10% of the overall budget of, say, a theme park like Disney California Adventure. That was $776 million, I believe it was, when it opened in 2001, February 8th, 2001. 10%, so essentially 77 million, just went to electrical, went to switchgear, transformers, all that stuff. So here's the point again. millions or tens of millions of dollars, I think, to bring in new switchgear, new electrical, to install monsters or Monstropolis land in Animation Courtyard. That's the whole point of my long-winded story. Boom, there you go. That took a long time to get out. With that said, let's get back to the chat. KJ also says Michael is a food machine. As KJ has mentioned before, Michael eats a lot of meat. And KJ says, is it still occupied? The Star Wars launch bay? Well, we could go look. It is, because the cast members staffed here. So, isn't it odd or weird? I'll pause real quick as we just look here. All these strollers here, I can't imagine are for launch bay. I could only imagine it's for Disney Junior Dance Party. Because look, we got crowds over here for the meet and greets on the exterior, and we got guests going in over here. And of course, I don't frequent this location that often, but I hear Disney Junior Dance Party is very popular still, extremely popular. And so that could have played into the decision as well of not putting Monstropolis land in here. But of course, they could have just rethemed it with different characters, monsters, and it could have been equally or greater in popularity. But I don't think that really has any bearing on it. But also real quick, while we're here, I just wanted to point out, as you know, they announced the Under the Sea, The Little Mermaid story, which is currently empty during the pandemic, of course. I don't know if anybody knows this, but I heard a rumor, don't know if it's true, because I have not been in this building since the show was playing. I heard a rumor that this particular building during the pandemic was unoccupied, and the HVAC system was either broken or unmaintained because they didn't have support staff here on site to maintain it. And as a result, the level of black mold and mildew in this building was off the charts, so unsafe that nobody could enter without wearing one of those crazy bunny suits and crazy respirators. So I'm sure they quietly, and I'm sure Disney doesn't want me talking about this, but these are rumors, unsubstantiated. I have no idea. Who knows about rumors? But this building, in my opinion right now, is completely gutted down to the structure. And of course, they bleached everything, mitigated, removed all that hazardous waste, and bagged it, disposed of it properly, inspected, Reedy Creek inspections. So there you go. But I don't think that the Mermaid show has any bearing on the decision of Monstropolis land going in here at all. Again, I think it's all power usage, all electrical. Let me check the chat real quick. And then Tiki Man Fan says, Animation Studio was great. I have some home videos of Mulan being drawn. Yes! Tiki Man Fan, I recall Mulan being drawn here in, what was it? I don't know, 96 maybe, 97. Because it came out in 98, I think. Yes. And they had the maquette figures there. That's right. And KJ says, that's very cool, Tiki Man Fan. And Tiki Man Fan says, dance parties are a streaming copyright nightmare. Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that. But let me tell you why I just don't frequent it. Because, spoiler alert, I don't have any children. And it's just really awkward, I think, for a single man, or a man that's by himself. I should rephrase that. I'm not actually single. But a man that's by himself with a camera going into Disney Junior Dance Party is very awkward. And real quick fact, the way I feel about approaching characters, I feel awkward, especially standing in the meet and greet queues, with the live camera, gets really awkward. So it's just like a phobia I have. Like I'll approach it. You've seen me approach the characters, but I didn't actually stand in line to get my photo with it. One thing though, of course, a man that's by himself with a camera going into Fairy Tale Princess Hall, which I think I got that correct for the first time of the Magic Kingdom. To me, that's awkward, but yes, we'll see. Well, I'll have to get over my phobia, I guess, especially if I bring you more exciting news about Magic Kingdom and their meet and greets. But I'm walking around aimlessly here. I'm still trying to get back into the Star Wars launch bay, so we need to go back in there. And then streaming copyright nightmare, that's another thing. Yes, Tiki Man Fan, you are correct. I don't know exactly what tracks they play in there, but I hear a beat, so it's got to be needle drop music. In other words, music that you could purchase, off the shelf or on iTunes. But see, you're like, this guy's old. Or you could stream on Spotify, that kind of thing. Anyways, Tiki Man Fan also says, so now it has Legionnaire's disease. Yeah, Legionnaire's disease at Disneyland. We should talk about that. We'll save that one for another time because we'll just keep getting sidetracked. Tiki Man fan says, that's predictable engineering-wise. They knew a closed building gathers probably mold or moss, yeah. Tiki Man fan, I wouldn't do meet and greets either. I'm too old for that now. So, we're walking into launch bay here, and as you could probably imagine for, you know, all the older folks in the crowd, like myself, as I get this nice shot here, this is a beautiful mural. I have no idea who drew this or painted this digitally, I imagine, but it is gorgeous. You're okay, no worries, no worries. Amazing mural. But remember this? This was the queue for the tram tour, the studio tram tour. Here, let me just go around the corner here and we'll get a quick shot. See the bamboo, of course? This was the building on the other side of the bamboo. You could barely see it that I was talking about. So this building here is just an office building. And in my opinion, office buildings don't consume as much power or electricity as attractions like roller coasters. So the electrical grid in this area for this pad is minimal. It just powers a building. All they have in there is just some fluorescent lights, where attractions require, you know, 480 volts. So major difference. My assumption is I'm not an electrical engineer, so I have no idea. I might get this wrong. My guess is there's probably a 240 volt feed into this building, but I really don't know. Okay, so I wanted to point down in this general direction, this awning, this overhang, that structure. That's where, of course, there was the tram load and unload here. We could talk about that in another video. There's some information still online. It's hard to find, but, you know, I call it the 3-hour tour. It wasn't actually a 3-hour tram tour, but it was more like, you know, originally, I don't remember, 45 minutes, and there were no restrooms during it, and they eventually had to build the restroom in that mid-stop queue house for the walking tour, and they slowly, you know, started pulling back the walking tour, the actual tram tour. But that's another conversation for another day, because that's hours worth right there. So Tiki Man fan also says, I wouldn't do, oh yeah, okay, we got it. So I'm caught up on the chats, good. Star Wars launch bay. So here's, we should choose our own destiny, of course, by going through either this door straight ahead. And there's a door over my opposite side to the right. But I wanted to show you, I do remember coming in this area before. And this was a nice little area for respite that you could just come out here and relax while you're on the walking tour, if I remember correctly, because they would change the tour all the time. It seemed like it was never the same. Different directions, different doors, different hallways, pathways. Sometimes they had different post shows. Sometimes they had, you know, AFI shop, post show. I remember the first time I went on, it had a completely different unload, and the second time, yet a different unload. Then the third time, it had restrooms, and it just kept changing and modifying over the years. It seemed like it never stayed the same, except for, of course, the boneyard, the back lot. But we're going to enter, I guess, through this doorway here because, you know, why not? We're here. Okay. So, I don't know where to go here. Oh, hello, sir. How are you?
Really great. How about yourself?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Nice to see you. Oh, I'm just kind of looking around right now, but thank you for your help. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm just looking. I see BB-8 Astromech on-duty droid, 10 minutes wait time. Thank you. Have a great day. And so that was BB-8 over there. So why am I in here? Because this could have been Monstropolis land, part of the door coasters. If it was ever came to fruition here, they probably would have demolished this building and kept the front facade that we walked under. The concept art sure looked like the front facade stayed, while this probably would have been demolished because it probably couldn't accommodate a whole gravity box or shield building for a roller coaster, at least an indoor roller coaster. And of course, let's go back to the chat. Tiki Man fans says they need at least 240 volts, so 240 volt for HVAC. I believe you're correct, sir. Again, I'm not an engineer, but you might be an engineer, so you know this stuff too. Or you work on projects, or you work at a location that has access, maybe to people that know what they're talking about. But over in this general direction off to our right-hand side is the Wookiee on base. So you can meet Chewbacca here. The sign currently says 15 minutes. So Chewbacca meeting and greeting right through there. And as we back up here, Commander of the Bridge, you could go see Darth Vader in here, 25 minutes. I guess fitting because Darth Vader is, in my opinion, one of the most popular characters for the Star Wars franchise. Of course, I like Luke Skywalker, but Darth Vader, when I was when I was a kid, I loved this action figure from Kenner. Of course, I had the Empire Strikes Back version, not the actual New Hope or Episode 4 version. I was a little too young for New Hope version, as we discussed before. But 25 minutes for Darth Vader. And I'm slowly turning the camera, and I wanted to mention, because I missed something behind us, I'll get there, that right up ahead here, there's the penny press collectible machine, collectible medallions, and of course the personalized engraved tags as well. But I believe around the corner there's one more machine. Let's see here. I thought, yeah, here we go. A fuel rod. Look at, just in time. There's a portable charger fuel rod replacement station here. And I'm gonna pan down at the screen, hit swap, put it in the right orientation. It just took the fuel rod in, and boom, boom. And in a moment here, satisfying sound of a new fuel rod coming out. Boom, new fuel rod. LEDs looking good. We'll put it in the holder. You could enjoy a view of people just, oddly standing in front of us for a moment while I plug in my USB-C cable. You may see my arm jump in front of the camera here in just a moment. As I've said before, only one hand, boom. And we have success. We got our devices charging now. It's definitely a challenge keeping my cameras charged. They are very power hungry. And of course, as we talked about before, fuel rod is smaller capacity, but it is light in weight and attaches on my camera rig, no problem. Okay, we're gonna walk up the steps here, and I'm feeling confident, so I'm not holding the handrails. We're walking on carpet, not slippery concrete. And, oh, here, see, we're in luck now. Return of the Jedi. Speeder bike.
There's a door right here.
And up ahead, there are some model sets. I shouldn't say kits. I was gonna say kit, but I said sets, but models of the Star Wars franchise. Since we're here, we can just go take a quick look. But we are stalling the video. And KJ says, fuel rod fun time. I know, KJ, you guys see the fuel rod machine a lot. Sorry. It's required to bring you this live stream for Disney's Hollywood Studios today, talking about Muppet Vision 3D and a replacement Monsters. Right, here's some more models. Tentative 4 from episode 4, of course. And the glass, I'm not quite sure with the reflection, but I'm trying to move, so if it reflects, you can still see it if I move enough. But I can see it through the camera screen right now. Slave 1 over here, or at least the back side. Swing around, we can see the front side of Slave 1. Of course, Boba Fett ship. Okay, we're going to slowly turn. And at this point, maybe we should walk back outside. And here we're at that little courtyard. So yeah, we walked in those doors over there, and we walked out, of course, the doors behind us. And we're in this courtyard area again. I'm holding the camera awkwardly behind me. I'm slowly turning it to face our forward direction of travel. And just up ahead here is the queue previously used for, of course, the studio tram tour. And while we're here, I could just, instead of going all three of them, we'll just take a quick look at what it looks like to stand in the olden days here at Disney's MGM Studios. Now, I can't get enough of saying Disney's MGM Studios. Now, for everybody in the chat, I really want you to chime in on this one. Please, let me know your thoughts on this one. I gotta know. Because every time off camera, or every time in my head, or any thought I have of the current name of Disney Hollywood, I should say Disney's with an apostrophe, Disney's Hollywood Studios, I, in my head, or audibly call it MGM, acronym, all caps, MGM. So, do you guys do the same thing in the chat? Call it MGM when you're talking, thinking about it? Because it will always be Disney's MGM Studios to me. And I only say Disney's Hollywood Studios on camera. And it's very hard for me to just keep it at Disney's Hollywood Studios, because I always just want to say MGM. And so I'm overemphasizing that on camera now. I'm saying Disney's MGM Studios, but again, I always say MGM. So please, chime in on the chat. Let me know if you actually call it MGM consistently, because I do. But while we're here, I just wanted to show you a little tidbit, a little fact that I remember coming in May of 1996, it seemed like, and it was still here, a little remnant, if I remember correctly. But I want to flash back. Of course, I didn't come opening day in 1989. I wanted to, but my parents just said, it's too expensive. And I went, okay, fine. And they said, we'll go sometime. At any rate, this area here, so I'm pointing somewhat at the ground. So approximately in this area here, there were two things that I want to mention. And then on the other side, approximately in this area here, there was actually a gate. So there was like two poles. So a pole flanking this area on each side. So on opposite poles, and there was a gate here. So in other words, if we looked this direction, or what you're seeing on screen now, this was the real official backstage area of MGM Studios on opening day, all the way up until, I can't give you the exact date, I didn't come, but up until, what was it, like 1990 something or other, or 91, when they built ABC Commissary and Commissary Lane. In other words, this park was quite small in footprint. And they also had like a security checkpoint here, but it wasn't a real one, it was a fake one, you know, faux mock-up theme. It was like you had to check in at the security gate to get past the actual gates. Because if you came for the tram tour, you couldn't enter this area. This was off limits, it was backstage. All you could do is come through the Animation Courtyard gateway, which I'll back up and walk awkwardly behind as I hold the camera as I'm walking backwards, so you know you can see a better view of what I'm talking about. So back in those days, 89, 90, 91, whatever it is, because I don't have exact dates, I wasn't actually here during that time frame. So you'd walk, of course, through the Animation Courtyard entrance here, which to me, when I was a kid, I always thought, why does Universal Studios in this MGM place have the same thing? Because they looked identical to me. But, so the guests would walk through this marquee entrance, and real quick, I just want to mention or stop and point out the details here. Still some remaining original details. You can see it mimics like an Art Deco Hollywood, but of course, they just painted over one solid base color. It used to be, if I remember correctly, that nice, I don't know how to describe it, nice blue pastel MGM color from circa the late 80s. Lovely, lovely. But so the guests would walk through that marquee entrance, and of course, if they looked over here, it was just a gate, just a security mock-up faux, and that was the backstage, and all they could do to access, of course, was this area here in Animation Courtyard, which was, of course, the tram tour. It's like going on Gilligan's Island, 3-hour tour. Again, it wasn't actually a 3-hour tour, I believe. It was more like 45 minutes. It just kept getting scaled back in time because the guest response in regards to feedback, they required restrooms. And if I remember correctly, the cast, when I would go on it, they would encourage you to use the restrooms up around the corner here. Here's another merchandise location that closed, I believe, along with the Mermaid Show. That's been closed, I don't know what it's been now, 4 years. So they got some vinyl wrap on it. So I assume this store is under the same circumstance as the interior space, the show space we discussed with probably the mold. But here's what I wanted to mention. I recall coming in, the cast would overemphasize, use the restroom before you got on the attraction. And I think they scaled that back when they built the other restrooms. But yeah, men's on the left, and of course women's on the right. I love the colors and the font. Of course, the Star Wars font, by the way. Fonts, and there's the signage here. I love it. I love it. The font, the colors, the design. It's very Star Wars. Anyways, going back. Let me check the chat. KJ says, a friend of mine always says MGM. See, there you go, KJ. It's MGM. In fact, there are shirts that I walk around and I see the shirts that says, I'm still calling it MGM. And I go, yes, that's right. I'm still calling it MGM. And KJ also says, and my son always says Downtown Disney, not Disney Springs. Bingo, KJ. Every time I say it, it's Downtown Disney for essentially one major reason. Of course, I'm from Southern California, and of course we have a Downtown Disney at Disneyland Resort, and that's the real reason why I call it that. So it's always in my head. I always have to correct myself with Disney Springs. And Disney Springs, what, the moniker changed 2011? I don't know, 2014? I can't even remember when that moniker changed. And then KJ also says, I really like that store. I like glass bricks. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Circa how should I say it? Circa 1940 Walt Disney Studios mimicking glass bricks, if you will. That look, that style. Is that what you're talking about? I'm just reaching in my pocket now to get some chapstick, so the camera may bounce around for just a moment. My lips are getting chapped, but if I put it on, don't worry. Yeah, so here's the glass bricks. Let me go over. So we saw the glass bricks on the restroom side. There are another set of glass bricks over here. I believe these are emergency exits for the olden days tram tour. Now, I don't know what's actually on the other side of this wall or inside this interior building, but it's probably like, you know, backstage infrastructure, storage, cast break room, something like that right now. I don't know. But we do see cast going backstage, so my assumption is there is a break room in back here, or possibly an entertainment character break room thing, you know, where the characters, I mean, they get ready, you know, stuff like that. Okay, but the glass bricks. So glass bricks there. Glass bricks over by the restrooms, and glass bricks by the studio store. Yes, glass bricks mimicking, I'd call, you know, 1940s era Walt Disney Studios. And I do remember the glass bricks. My grandfather had a dairy farm manufacturing facility in Artesia, California, and the office space had glass bricks like that as well. And as far as I know, that building was built circa 1940. So there you go. But we should really talk about Muppet Vision 3D. So as I walk back out to center stage here, and real quick I want to mention, anybody in the chat, do you ever get tripped up with center stage? Because in my head, it always to me is like the hub. I call it the hub because Magic Kingdom, the hub. In my head it's the hub. But center stage, official title here for this, I'm going to say awkward looking area that the original Walt Disney Imagineers tried to mimic a Mickey Mouse. If you looked from an aerial shot where the Mickey Mouse head even was part of one of the show buildings here. And then of course, down where Sunset Boulevard is now, they had the Hollywood, or the Hollywood Bowl, Hollywood Bowls. We could talk about that later if we walk over there. But anyways, here's where I'm going with this. And I know this area here in front of center stage with Chip and Dale meeting and greeting over there. We'll go walk over there just because, you know, they caught my attention. And I don't feel awkward doing this, not at all. Going to the characters away from them. But when I'm with, you know, face characters that are princesses, oh boy, I don't know. Awkward. But anyways, Chip and Dale, get a quick shot as I turn the camera. Oh, and while we're here, you know, of course, the tech booths that flank both sides of center stage here. These are, of course, used for the show, but I know everybody knows this. Look at all the technical details, the cameras, the lighting, of course, the tech booth, where all the techs monitor the lighting, audio, and the projection systems, and the projectors, of course, with the roll-up doors. A lot of people say they're eyesores. I think they're well-themed. Most guests, I don't even think see them. They don't even pay attention to these. I think they blend. They're not that bad. This one blends more because it really mimics the Brown Derby in the background. Off to the right-hand side, you could kind of see the Brown Derby right through the southern live oaks there, which are gorgeous. Look at it, just towering into the Florida sky here, along with the palm trees. And of course, when I think MGM, or Disney's MGM Studios, the moniker that comes to my mind, along with the Grauman's Chinese Theater behind us, is the palm trees. I love it. It just, look at how tall they are. So majestic, blowing in the wind. And here's the cue real quick for Chip and Dale. But going back to center stage, oh, here's what I want to mention. So on day one, opening day, this was quite a large area. And of course, they needed capacity at this park because, you know, Michael Eisner designed it for, you know, a 3-hour or half-day park, which I go, what? People are coming for half-day here? Because remember, he said, no, people will come half-day, get on the plane, go home, go to the airport. Like, what? I thought they were a hotel company. That's a whole nother video. We'll have to do a video on that. But anyways, so center stage, where I'm going with this, as we were looking into the sun, maybe I should move. It seems like such a large area, especially when they're designing this park with such little square footage. In other words, this was a low acreage park. Currently, you know, 135 acres. This is the largest park of any Disney park at Walt Disney World. But that takes into account the Hollywood Hills, or Phantasmic viewing area, the Phantasmic Amphitheater located off of Sunset Boulevard. Because that's cheating if you ask me, because that's not open the whole day. To me, you can't include 135 acres with the Hollywood Hills. But anyways, when they opened this park, in my opinion, the onstage usable area was very, very small. I call it the size of a postage stamp. That's how much onstage area I believe this, actual theme park opened with. And I always say this is a joke. This is not real, not a reality. This park opened with 3 restrooms. Yes, 3 restrooms. Outside the gate, inside the gate, and of course, Brown Derby. That's not actually the case, but they had more than that. It just seems to me that way. Anyways, back to center stage. The story that I'm going with is that why such a big area? Of course, this is all for a Mickey Mouse. This is not the original paving, but if you looked at it from an aerial view, you could see the Mickey Mouse ears and nose and such. But it's so awkward in this area. Now it's okay because you have, attendance to accommodate. But then, I don't know. But of course, center stage does make sense because there's a stage in the center. So, but at least they had the forethought to put this area like with a stage so they could actually, or have Grauman's projection, so on and so forth. But yeah, we're stalling here. We need to get over to Sunset Boulevard, and I need to check the chat. And it says, KJ, I think they blend in rather well. Yeah, I agree. The towers that I believe you're talking about, because I keep talking here.
Where?
I think they blend very well too. It's not bad. The color palette works very well. The theming elements, the Art Deco flair, the greeblies. I think it works. You're watching live streaming coverage from Disney's Hollywood Studios. Oh, and there's the signal, the semaphore with a bell just went off. Stop sign. Of course, look at the crowds. There's still a lot of people here. Well, I shouldn't say still. It seems like more people here when we walk by. I'm actually speechless. When I parked here today, it wasn't the furthest I've ever parked out, but I parked out there pretty good. That's a lot of people on Hollywood Boulevard. Normally, it seems like here at Disney's Hollywood Studios, people just come in the gate, and next thing you know, they're at Rise of the Resistance, or Tower, or Rock and Roller Coaster. They don't seem to mingle around Hollywood Boulevard like Main Street USA at Magic Kingdom. But it feels like Main Street, Town Square down there. Okay, we're gonna slowly turn back over here to Sunset Boulevard. Like I said before, this was the expansion pad. Of course, that went down to Twilight Zone Tower at Tear, brought to you in part by our good friend Kevin Rafferty at Walt Disney Imagineering. This was the Hollywood Bowl. Now, I don't know for this for certain, but I believe it was the same structure. I think they just moved the Hollywood Bowl Amphitheater, the actual building. We can walk down and look at it, but the building that's down there now that hosts the stage shows for Beauty and the Beast live on stage. I think they literally physically moved those structural elements, the rafters, those stringers, those curved sections. Because in other words, the Hollywood Bowl was right here. Which, in my opinion, I don't know. Seems like a hodgepodge. You walk into a major theme park and next thing you know, a live entertainment event off to your right-hand side before you even get to a major attraction. You could call it a major attraction, sure. But this was the main thoroughfare here. To me, it never made sense. But their logic, I guess, was they always had plans to have this as an expansion pad. And of course, it was just dirt behind here. And I guess maybe there was that plan to move it. But in my opinion, why didn't they just build it where they built it? They could have just paved a temporary section and just paved some quick landscaping, not even buildings, and just had a sign. Had the forethought, but I guess that's just not the way things work. Budgets, because it's probably cheaper to put Hollywood Bowl where I'm standing right now than it was to put it in the current spot where it is now. And of course the background audio, I love it. circa the glitz and glamour of the Hollywood 1930s. But where we're headed now is actually towards the G-Force Records Plaza featuring Rock and Roller Coaster star and Aerosmith. And the reason for that is because Muppet Vision 3D will be removed. So we're going to lose, as I said before, a classic gem of an attraction. Oh, we got a construction alert up here. Hold on here. I got to look down at my phone. Hold on just a moment because I'm getting all excited. Under construction. Look at this. This is a rare sight to see, especially on a higher attendance day. So I can only surmise or make this up because I'm totally making this one up. My guess is for whatever reason, the contractor was delayed this last night or in the AM hours. They couldn't get on stage, maybe because, you know, of an event or there was something preventing them. So they had limited hours to actually install this piece of concrete here. Because as you know, all this stuff is planned out well in advance. So there was a delay possibly with the contractor that they couldn't get in here. And so they probably had a minimal amount of hours before this paving could be walked on. Therefore, they had to stanchion it off with the ropes. One of my passions, paving, concrete. There we go. Back to the tour on Sunset Boulevard. And look at, there's the Tower of Terror, looming ominously over Sunset Boulevard now. I'm sure you're getting a good listen to the background area music here. It really brings in the period. And of course, over to our left-hand side is Anaheim Produce, where you can purchase beverages and even some fruit. There's a little merchandise location here, the Sunset Ranch Pins and Souvenirs, where I just said where they sell, so there you go. And then the Sunset Ranch Market that offers a few quick service restaurants up here.
John seems so big.
And overhead, it probably doesn't come across on camera unless I walk like on the opposite side of the street. But we're coming up here to the character's portrait artist with the red trolley car here. And if you look overhead, you can see the wire, of course, the faux mimicked, just themed wire that's not actually live and active, but nonetheless, excellent theming. And then I've pointed this out before, but of course, the paving up here is one of my favorites, especially in this park. The touches, I'll show you here in a moment. And over on the opposite side, of course, here is the Hollywood, or the Theater of the Stars, that's what I should call it now, not Hollywood Bowl, because it was Hollywood Bowl back in the olden days at MGM. But look overhead on the opposite side of the trees and you see the lattice structural work in an archway fashion. Now, I'm not positive. If anybody knows this in the chat, I believe they literally moved that structure from the front of Hollywood Boulevard, just popped it here on Sunset Boulevard. I don't think they tore it down and built a new one, but I think that's the original one. But I don't have facts on that. I'm just making it up. It just seems like it would be that way, the case. And over here, of course, Fairfax Fair, quick service dining establishment. And always, as I walk by, Hollywood Scoops ice cream. This line seems a little higher than average out here. But look at that. That is quite the queue. Hollywood Scoops. And I wouldn't call it a hot day here, but it's about 76 degrees probably right now with overcast, slight overcast. But back to the paving. Look at this. I love this. See? Where you got essentially where I was standing on concrete that mimics asphalt, of course, because concrete pressure sensitive. You could bring heavy construction equipment on the concrete, where asphalt, of course, as you know, vehicles sink in. But I wanted to show you all the bricks here with the trolley track rails. And of course, this is done for, I think, two reasons. One, of course, budget, because everything's money. But two, you don't need trolley tracks to go all the way down Sunset Boulevard. You just need to give the illusion that they were here or once here, and the street is aging and it's from a bygone era. But I love it. I just love the feel of it. It just gives, or I should say, it adds to the ambiance and charm of Sunset Boulevard. Very much so. And right up here, of course, is Sunset Boulevard and Gower Street signal. and it's currently displaying the stop sign. And you probably just heard the little bell ring, ring, ring-a-ding-ding. And the reason why I mentioned earlier we're walking over here is for G-Force Records presents Rock and Roller Coaster, starring Aerosmith, with the Super Stretch limo. Make it a super stretch. Remember that? But real quick, KJ says, one of my banana stops. Oh, it's, yeah, over at the Anaheim Produce probably, because I keep talking and stalling the chat conversation. Tiki Man Fan says, ice cream in Florida sells. You don't say. Anything cold in nature, I imagine, sells in Florida, right, Tiki Man? And you know, you've been here. You probably live around the corner. When it gets hot, you crave cold. Oh, hello there. Hello. All the aesthetic guests. Oh, and coming up on our left is Rock Your Face. We didn't mention it last time we were here. But Rock Your Face, of course, you could get your face painted into... Here, let me just show you instead of describe it. It's easier. Give me just a moment to get up here. So they're saying the greatest hits. You can get your face painted like a tiger. Or these various other designs. Swing around the corner here, there's probably more. A Snow Queen. $28. I don't know, seems kind of pricey if you ask me, but if you're on vacation and you want to make a magical memory and get a photo, priceless, right? It's like those commercials. The cost of so-and-so priceless. I won't do it, I'll spare you. But there, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. That KRNR, the rock station, each of the beat. We saw the menu here last time. We won't do it again. But while we're here, oh boy, here's my, I just perked up. Look at underneath the giant, of course, red guitar, you can see the temporary Q stanchions that was probably used for a rope drop this morning. But look at that. I didn't actually expect to see that. We didn't see that last time we came here. Woo! So how long was the line earlier? Because I can see the red LEDs at the standby entrance over the left-hand side right now. It says 65 minutes, and I see people here, and I'm like, whoa! People are excited to ride Rock and Roller Coaster today. I don't think it's because, you know, that's going away. No, it's just because it's a crowded day and it's a really cool attraction. But 65 minutes for Rock and Roller Coaster, wow. And of course, on the opposite side here is the Lightning Lane entrance, and the far side is a single rider entrance. Now, I'm not gonna say this, but I'll say it, I don't even know how I should say this. Pro tip, don't go on single rider entrance on Rock and Roller Coaster. I know some people in chat will say, no, single rider, we got right up. Usually on a day like today, when this queue is full, they make queue announcements and say single rider entrance or single rider line could be as long or longer than the standby queue. Have you ever experienced Rock and Roller Coaster and they're on the PA system saying that? So I would not recommend it, especially when the line is, it's probably hard to see, but it is at the top of the ramp there. That is quite a lengthy line, in my opinion, for a single rider. But I'm sure people in the chat have seen it come out the door, out the gate, outside the marquee entrance. When it gets out here, that's outrageous for single rider, if you ask me. Oh, Tiki Man Fan says, I live in New Hampshire. That's right, Tiki Man Fan. See, my memory's not as good as it used to be. I am aging. Wicked cold here now. You did say that. I apologize. I gotta remember that. New Hampshire. Yep. Okay. But the real reason why we came over here, because like I mentioned before, the Muppet Vision 3D is closing and we're gonna lose a solid gold gem of an attraction. I'm gonna call it literal history. That is a work of art, especially Jim Henson had his DNA, his fingerprints all over that attraction. And again, I believe Disney did mishandle the announcement of the closure, especially how the Hensons did chime in. And I can only imagine there was a huge negotiation, a deliberation, a debate behind the scenes with lawyers coming to agreements. Because my opinion, Disney's not happy with the Hensons and the Hensons were not happy with Disney about that. But I want to mention, of course, since we do lose Muppets over at Muppet Vision 3D, which is very unfortunate, at least we're gaining a new attraction here with the Muppets, of course, Electric Mayhem. And as I mentioned before, maybe The master of ceremony could be Kermit the Frog in the pre-show. Maybe they'll have an animatronic. You know, it could be really cool where you're essentially trying to get to the forum again, but it probably won't be the forum. It'll probably be, you know, whatever themed Muppets venue there'll be in some of the existing IP. Of course, when I say IP or intellectual property. And real quick, hey, Tiki Man fan, how cold is it there? I know I can look up the weather, but is it super cold there right now? But I'm really looking forward to seeing Rock and Roller Coaster themed with Muppets or Electric Mayhem. But here's the other thing too. And let's walk back. Because I feel like we've been in this area way too long already. Because we're not really seeing much. I just wanted to come down here and get an idea what the guest flow, what the attendance looks like, the wait time, of course, on this weekend. Because we previously discussed starting on Friday over at the Magic Kingdom, February 14th through February 23rd is going to be an increase in attendance. And I was saying, I don't know if it's going to be huge attendance Tuesday and Wednesday, but Thursday will pick up. But yeah, this actually shocked me how busy Disney's Hollywood Studios is today. It'll probably be this way tomorrow. Slightly less tomorrow, but Thursday should have more attendance. But here, there's always people hanging out.
Yeah, we were going about
I was just, let me get it. I'll walk up on the curb because not best friends, but anyways, there's always people hanging out back here. Right now, the sun's not out, so it's, you know, very comfortable to sit along the retaining wall and planters here. But not unusual to see people back here, but there is, seems to me, higher than average amount of people relaxing, excuse me. And we're back here by the quick service dining establishments such as Catalina Eddie's. We saw the menu here last time. I really want to check out Rosie's All-American Cafe menu, but I feel like I'm stalling the video if I stop and see it. We'll come back, we'll do it another time. Unless anybody in the chat really wants to see it right now. But I'm just walking through the Sunset Ranch Market exterior dining area. We're trying to get back to Sunset Boulevard. So I want to see the rest of the park, even though we're talking about Muppets. See what the rest of it looks like. I'm sure you guys do too. I was thinking about heading over to Toy Story Land. I'm sure everybody in the chat would like to see a glimpse of that as well. Otherwise, if you have any suggestions where you want me to go, let me know. But I want to head over to Toy Story Land and see what that looks like. Because usually, as you know, Toy Story Land is pretty popular when this place gets a hopping. You're watching live streaming coverage from Disney's Hollywood Studios. Oh, helicopter. Can you hear it? I don't want to pan up because I'll miss it. It'll be gone because it goes over so fast. But I want to bring, it just reminded me of something. Okay, so when I'm in the parking lot here at Disney's Hollywood Studios, you could really observe how many helicopters are coming across the property. And if I remember correctly, and if anybody in the chat knows more info than I do, please let me know. But as far as I understand, the flight path goes essentially over or near, I should say over Hollywood Studios, but near Epcot, kind of like behind World Showcase, behind Morocco, if you will. But anyways, the point is, I hear more than one guest recently talk about the question, why are there so many helicopters flying? And I think the answer is just simple. It's the flight path that they're allowed to fly on, the FAA regulation. But where I'm actually trying to get to is that, as you know, in Orlando or down by Universal, especially down on I-Drive or International Drive, they have a couple of the helicopter pads where you can take the helicopter tours, and that's what we just heard, one of the small type light aircraft. Anyways, the point is, on more attendance days at Universal Studios and of course at the Walt Disney World Resort, when there's more people here, there is a definite increase in helicopter traffic of the tourist helicopters. For example, on Valentine's Day and Saturday and Sunday, the amount of helicopters that I heard and saw, I haven't seen, in my opinion, since 2019. Like off the charts, amount of helicopter, the little tourist helicopters. And okay, I looked up from looking at my, screen, the camera screen, because I wanted to make sure the cameras are functioning correctly. There's a lot of people here. I keep repeating that. All I see is just, at my eyesight, my level, people. It's just, everywhere I see, it's just people. I just don't see this too often when I come to Disney's Hollywood Studios. Just people everywhere I look. And today's a Tuesday in February. But as we discussed, ski week and stuff. Yeah, so there you go. And oh boy, yeah. Now I'm getting a little more excited. I didn't notice this before. I didn't even look over there. Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. The exterior queue looks absolutely packed. That's where I'm headed now because I want to go to Toy Story Land to look at it. But Tiki Fan Man says, 17 watching. Have you considered hitting the like button? Well, thank you, Tiki Man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We can make the difference. WRT, John doing this for more than a hobby. Well, I really appreciate that, Tiki Man fan. Thank you so much. So again, as Tiki Man fan says, smash that like button. And of course, like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to jump into the live chat. The live chat is where it's at. And as DJ says, it's fun here. Okay, back on track. Look at this. I actually didn't expect to see it like this today because we were here, what was it, Sunday? Sunday. And this temporary rope queue was not being utilized. They were only utilizing the brass chain exterior queue. So this is an increase in attendance today on a Tuesday. Look at the mega increase in attendance. I'm actually stymied. I'm perplexed how there's way more crowds here on a Tuesday. Of course, we didn't make it here yesterday. We were over at the Magic Kingdom. The Magic Kingdom, I thought was going to be insane. It turned out to be, just a pretty much slightly above average day at the Magic Kingdom, but still. Tiki Man fan says, with regard to, I'm just thanking you, Tiki Man, because you're just trying to help. You must enjoy my content enough to hang in there, and you just want to see me be successful. Thank you so much. Okay, standby wait time, 65 minutes. Woo! Well, at least it's not 80, but still, 65 minutes. Comment if you would wait in line for Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway on today with what we just saw with this queue over here. Would you wait 65 minutes? Now, I'm not saying it's not worth it. No. It is. This attraction is well worth that wait. I'm just simply suggesting it seems like higher than average wait time. Like, we came the other day and it was like, what was it? 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Unbelievable. It was half the wait. But I'm backing up here awkwardly and I'm looking behind me so don't run any guests. Because I just wanted to get a better shot of the Grauman's Chinese Theater. And as I mentioned before, I love this architecture. Oh, and we have a new chat. Brian Miller. Welcome to the channel, Brian Miller. Hey, have you just passed us? We are by Tower of Terry. So Tower of Terry. Possibly. Brian Miller, I'm actually over here by Grauman's Chinese Theater. If you'd like, you could come say hi. I'm headed over to Toy Story Land next. We're checking out some attendance. And Brian Miller says terror. So yes, he was over probably at the Hollywood Tower of Terror, where he saw me on Sunset Boulevard, just a guy awkwardly walking around with some crazy contraption in his hand, talking about himself, yeah. Anyways, KJL says, hello, Brian, with the hand waving and a heart. Tiki Man fan says, then you're luckier than the rest of us in here at Brian Miller. That's just, oh, yeah, I guess I'm a pretty lucky guy. Who's the luckiest of all? I'm here broadcasting this live for everybody to enjoy. And also Brian Miller is experiencing an amazing attraction. And as I talk, there is a light aircraft flying over, which is not a helicopter, flying in a different flight path. But I do see a lot of light aircraft in this area now. For whatever reason, maybe FAA regulation changed the flight routes, but it seems to be flying in different patterns as of about, September of last year, it seems like. But yes, Brian Miller here in the park experiencing all the sights and sounds of Disney's Hollywood Studios. But here we are again. We're going to take a quick look at the extended queue here just outside Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. Man, oh man, is that queue not going anywhere fast? Like, there's no movement. Like, it's just water in a dam. Wow, okay. Let's walk. So here's the dilemma. Do we take the steps down? Which, real quick, let me talk about the steps. I don't know this for a fact. Anybody in the chat know this? Okay, I'm gonna hold the camera at an awkward angle and then walk down these steps. I'm holding on to the railing because these steps are so awkward. The rise over the run, to me, these are dangerous. I'll just give you another quick look. They just seem terrifying. Anyways, the point of this story. So remember back when we were over here at Animation Courtyard, I was pointing out some like backstage areas that were off limits to guests during opening day, I believe 89, 90, 91, and there was a gate across here. So this was all backstage area. So I don't know this, but I'm pretty certain, trying to look at old photographs, which, don't exist, but this is all just a railing, a planter. See how this is like a wall here? And then it flanks on the other side with this post. I think this was just a wall. You couldn't do anything here. It's just nothing. And so they put these steps in for access, of course, for capacity. So they needed more of everything in this park after it opened because, as you know, they were slammed. They just didn't have enough anything. They didn't have enough restrooms. They didn't have enough merchandise locations. No, not enough restaurants, not enough attractions. All the wait times were sky high. I mean, I wasn't here that day, but of course, it lasted into the whole summer. But, you hear all these stories about the attraction wait times were 3 hours because they only had just a handful of anchors here or major attractions. Oh, and there is a new piece of paving here, by the way, as I'm just, waving the camera around aimlessly. And then let's go back to the chat. Brian Miller, we saw you on the paddle boat at Magic Kingdom on Saturday night. Oh, okay, Brian. So you had your brief introduction to me. John, it's fun to be free at the Magic Kingdom, and then you see this weird guy walking around over here too, and you're like, this guy's stalking us. Anyways, DJ says, that's a nasty queue. We don't do long lines at all. I agree, KJ. And that's why you haven't seen too many attractions yet, because I'm like, it is just too long to go wait in there. That just eats too much of the batteries on my camera. Speaking of, I need to go get a fuel rod. But over here in this direction is Walt Disney Presents, of course, from Mickey Mouse to the Magic Kingdoms and beyond. I'm saying that fast because I want to get over and get a fuel rod. But going back to the chat, KJ also says, Brian, you could be John's #1 fan. Oh boy. Well, he's a new subscriber, I imagine, so he's probably could only take so much of me before he unsubscribes. But don't do that. Tell your family and friends. Of course, Brian Miller. We're actually looking at a great shot of a restroom, with the Pixar-themed bricks from the Pixar Animation Studio themed faux brick facade veneers mimicking Emeryville, California location. But the reason why we're here, of course, is the fuel rod. And I'm going to unplug this current USB-C cable out of the current fuel rod, take it out of its holder, and there are some people here, so you're probably going to get a weird, awkward shot while I do this. So I'll hold the camera away so you can view you could enjoy other views while I get a fuel rod. And I'm looking at the screen here, and it hasn't reset, but now I just hit swap, just giving you a status update. Fuel rod going in the machine. You could probably hear it going in. It just dispensed a new one, and success, we're in business. Let me hit the button. And I think you can see it, so good job. Okay. Probably see my hands pass in front of the camera awkwardly. Keep enjoying the views of the crowd while I plug in my USB-C cable. And we have success. Excellent. Okay. We're staring at the backside of Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. I'm sure you've heard me say that way too much today. But of course, over in this direction here, of course, is the interior queue that heads over to the load area. And as Kevin Rafferty at Walt Disney Imagineering, or ex-Imagineer, ex-WDI, has said, it's like putting a ship in a bottle. Yes, Kevin Rafferty says, his exact words, it's like putting a ship in a bottle. So he had to take the existing infrastructure of course, one of my favorite attractions ever built, the Great Movie Ride, and then of course install Mickey and Minnie's. I'm very sad to see Great Movie Ride go, but of course, we do have a stunning attraction now. But hey, let's go real quick and look, because I'm sure everybody in the chat wants to see this. There is Frozone down here. We could go say hi to Frozone. Frozone's pretty cool. Pixar Place. Remember when this used to be not Pixar Place and you actually had to enter the correct orientation on, I'm gonna butcher the name because it, Disney California Adventure Midway Mania, but here it's, oh boy. Anybody in the chat, what's this called? What's the official title of this attraction backside I'm staring at as we look at Frozone? But the fans love Frozone too. They're getting their photos with them. I'll come around to the front, but the line is in front of Frozone, so we'll just stand awkwardly off to the side for a moment. Check out a meet and greet Frozone. I'm playing with my cameras, don't mind me. Signing autographs. Trying to get a better shot, but maybe we'll come back to Frozone. But Joy is over here. Joy is signing autographs for this young explorer. And there's Joy. All right, let's continue on because Sully's down here. But remember this attraction over here? This was the entrance to the attraction that I can't remember the official title name. But I always call it in my head Midway Mania, because at California Adventure, Midway Mania. But look at this large queue for Sully. Sully's a very popular character. Before there was the Little Mermaid meeting and greeting Walt Disney Presents, Sully attraction interior queue line was always so long. Just like you just saw all these people in line for Sully. Sully is so popular. Tiki Man Fan says, I thought it was Metropolis at one time. Yeah, I think it was too. This area is changed. Oh, Sully's saying hi to somebody. I don't know if that's for me, but he's probably the kid, not me. He doesn't care about me. Oh, he says, hey there, hey there. Sully says, oh, he hearts us. Oh, kiss, kiss, blow, kiss. Yeah, kiss, kiss. See how nice he is? He's just waiting for the next guest. I don't know what the hubbub's about, but there's a slight delay here between the guests getting up here. But oh, maybe it's, okay. Small child is apprehensive to see Sully. Very apprehensive. Father, oh, this is getting too much. Okay, we're gonna move on here to Mrs. Incredible, flexing her muscles. Look at that. What a physique. This family here with all their themed t-shirts from Disney's Hollywood Studios. I'd call it a roll in the show. Look at that pose. Okay, we're gonna walk backwards here. And I'm gonna slowly turn the camera. And I'll keep swinging it over to the left. You can see how long it is to meet Sully. We got the back side of Frozone. I think we're walking, yeah, I was gonna say, I think they're out of here because, you know, there's no line. Okay, Frozone's, he's gotta go on break. Okay, we're staring at a boring view, but at least we get a marquee of Walt Disney Presents. And let me get out of this guest way. I'm gonna make a left up here, head down to Toy Story Land.
Where's Ariel at?
In just a few moments, we're going to be entering Toy Story Land. And we've come up to the Bubble Wand cart, as you could probably see, or I should say, as we walk past various guests, they have been dispensing their bubbles, and there are bubbles everywhere, and it gets quite cool and neat to see bubbles, especially the Magic Kingdom with the increased attendance there. The amount of junior explorers with their bubble wands, and when they put them together, those bubbles really start blowing. Oh, up ahead is Buzz. Buzz is up here. Let's go take a quick look at Buzz. Let me get around. Okay, yeah, people in the pathway. Here's Buzz meeting and greeting with this small junior explorer that's got a bubble wand of Buzz. Look. Nice. Look at it. So proud he's got the bubble wand.
This rootin', cowboy hero of all time. At least according to Jess.
Okay, I want to spin back around because we were talking about, the backlot stage tour. So like I was mentioning, the load area for the trams was in this area here, and you could see it clearly. It's still there. I'm going to actually stand on the curb here in front of the landscaping. So in the shadows, I can make it out no problem, but I'm hoping all the viewers could see it. It says Roy O. Disney Production Center. So this was part of the tram and unload just down in this direction here that we saw at Star Wars Launch Bay. And then I'll peek over this backstage gate, and that's that building I was talking about, the office building, and that's where they had the production studios, like Tiki Man Fan was saying with Mulan. That's where all the talented artists would draw all the characters in there, all the cells, the animation cells. But yeah, that building and that electrical grid probably could only support for an office building, not an attraction, and therefore that's why Muppets is leaving, because Monstropolis, of course, or the Monsters door coaster is going and taking over Muppet Vision 3D. And KJ says, super timing for my fave land as I need to be off soon. Once again, thanks so much for sharing. Well, you're welcome, KJ. I'm going to slowly turn the camera, and we're actually going to get up to Woody here. The queue is actually quite short for this Disney PhotoPass photographer, where you can get your photo in front of Woody as he says various sayings by pulling his string. And Brian Miller says, we are heading trotted Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railroad. If you want to meet us, please. Yes, Brian, I'm currently in Toy Story Land near Woody right now, if you would like to meet us.
Welcome, new toys. Hope you've got fresh batteries, because playtime here goes on and on and on.
So you just heard Woody. I paused so you could hear that. Oh, and here's Woody himself. Hey, and Jesse. We can't forget you. Oh, hello, Woody. And hello, Jesse. And nice cast member. Oh, she's going to blow us a kiss. Oh, and a heart. Oh, lovely. Kiss, kiss.
I'm Sheriff Woody.
Did you see that? She was a little close to the camera, but she did actually blow us a kiss and display us a heart. How lovely. So there they go, backstage to take a break. So long. Okay. Bye-bye. There's a lot of people off here. Let me see, their cast members getting a photo. This is a rare opportunity to see just Woody and Jesse. My guess is it's part of the, people, the cast, the ones that play them. There's only one Woody and Jesse, but they get, special moment for themselves. All right, I'm going to slowly turn around, but what we did miss is, it doesn't look like it now, but there was a large amount of people that have dispersed very quickly, taking photos of Woody and Jesse, taking photos of themselves. So I thought that was interesting. Actually, I've never seen that before. But again, Brian Miller, I'm over in Toy Story Land if you'd like to meet me at the moment. I'm currently by Woody. The Woody entrance. Over by Roundup Rodeo right now. One day we'll have to get to Roundup Rodeo. We could check out the menu, but of course it'll probably end up stalling this video. And it's very awkward going in the door when you don't have a reservation, you know. But we could still accommodate that at one time. But I just want to take a quick look, see what it looks like. Because every time I'm here, it seems like it's very popular and there's always strollers in this area. But this looks, you know, pretty average for a nice busy day here at Toy Story Land. Look at the crowds. And there's Slinky Dog Dash just going over the helix now. Gonna go over the camelbacks here in just a moment. You just heard Rex and Jesse. What a great family attraction, a great addition to Disney's Hollywood Studios, Slinky Dog Dash. So much fun for the family. It's another, you've heard me say this before, an attraction that can accommodate all ages. I like that. And that's exactly the reason why I like Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, because it can accommodate anybody of any age. And the entire family and multi-generations can experience it together. And it's, you know, small children, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's Mickey and Minnie. Who doesn't love Mickey and Minnie? Okay, as I was saying before, we were over in Toy Story Plaza and I was talking about Disney California Adventure. In my head, it's Midway Mania, but you know, the official name here at Disney's Hollywood Studios, of course, is Toy Story Mania. With the Lightning Lane entrance on the left and the standby posted at 50 minutes. So a hefty queue for Toy Story Mania, but as you're all aware, what a neat attraction. So much fun with the interactivity, pulling the little rope, little shooting the darts, or it depends on the games, I guess. The sequence of games. And then here's where Woody and Jesse would normally meet and greet their guests, but as we just saw, they're actually on break. We should go in for a closer look to see what the queue looks like here. As always, it is quite lengthy, and it looks like the cast members are possibly walking it in back there. Another train just passed by on Slinky Dog Dash. We should actually go look at what the queue looks like and the wait time for Slinky Dog Dash. We didn't do that last time. We got sidetracked. Oh, and E-Breeze is back. Hey, E-Breeze, welcome back. Anything good in the concrete? Well, to your average chat viewer, it's just concrete, just paving. But to me, here's a good example right here. While we're in Toy Story Land, it might be a little hard to pick out, but you can see there is an indent of Andy's foot. So for example, stamped concrete, it's a stamp. So they literally have, you know, a big stamp where they stamp it when it's wet. And then, of course, it creates the overall theme or design or the implementation of a large shoe. But that's a good example of the paving that I love with the extra details. The paving that we did see over on Sunset Boulevard is just, you know, it's regular concrete meant to mimic asphalt. It's not that exciting on the paving scale, but I still get excited about it. But this is more exciting for your average chat viewer right here. The stamp-themed concrete here in Toy Story Playland. And we actually did see another piece over by the entrance or the guest entrance for Disney's Hollywood Studios where they're actually scoring it, cutting it. Looks like they're going to jackhammer all the concrete up in that small section over by the guest entrance and replace it possibly tonight. And then while we're talking about the footprints, you could see another footprint here of Andy's shoe. And I might be going too fast because, you know, it's a little hard to see with the overcast probably with the camera. But I could see it quite clearly here in person. But let's go back to the chat. Brian Miller, it says answer. So there we go, we got the answer. Because I get carried away. I get too excited looking at stuff here. Oh, Brian Miller says, please. Brian Miller, I'm actually over by Slinky Dog Dash. Slinky Dog Dash. And then Julie says, hi all, how are you doing? Hey Julie, welcome back. Brian Miller says, good. And here's a nice cast member that's awkwardly standing here as the camera's pointing in her face. I could point my camera away, but you say it's okay to point this way? Okay, cast member says fine. Hello there, how are you? Thanks for being here. I would like to go look at just Slinky Dog over here if I could, please. Okay, thank you so much, have a great day. So as I always say, cast members are very nice. And we're coming up here to Slinky Dog Dash with the standby entrance over to the left-hand side of 80 minutes. In my head, that's what I was thinking. 80 minutes for Slinky Dog Dash. Comment in the chat if you would wait 80 minutes for Slinky Dog Dash, even though I said it's a neat family attraction, but is it worth 80 minutes? Today, it's not that bad standing out here because the sun is not blaring hot. It's probably 76 out here, slightly overcast. Sun just peeking through the clouds. But on a Florida summer day, I would say no chance. It is just too hot and too... Oh, hello there! It's just too hot and too humid to stand in the sun, the Florida sun, for 80 minutes. And Brian Miller says, we have 40 minutes to ride. Let me go back in the chat because I think he's talking about Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. Well, I could go back. I could walk back over there real quick, Brian. See if I'll attempt to walk over. Okay. So, Brian, of course, I'm at Slinky Dog Dash, and I'm going to walk towards Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway because we did see the wait time for Slinky Dog Dash. That was important that we see that. And you're probably in that huge exterior queue. So, walking pretty fast here, and we'll point over in this general direction to look at the crowds. So, as always, the crowd level, as I hold the camera high, are sizable in Toy Story Land. But, of course, as I've mentioned previously, Tuesday, for being a Tuesday here, the crowds to me are just above average. Where's everybody coming from? The entire East Coast? Just crazy. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. Oh, we missed it. Slinky Dog going down.
I want to go watch out the best filming.
Oh, there's Woody and Jesse. They're meeting greeting. They're back. Here, let me hold the camera higher. We're attempting to go meet Brian Miller over at Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. And Ebreeze says, my limit is 45. Yeah, I don't know, Ebreeze. Yeah, you could stick it out for 45 in direct sun. Wow. I guess when you're on vacation, you don't have a choice. If you're coming in and you're flying in for your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, come to the Walt Disney World Resort, visit Disney's Hollywood Studios, and then you get up to, Slinky Dog Dash, and there's a member of your family that says, I really want to ride this because they've been talking about it for maybe weeks or many months, and, you just got to cave in and go, I guess we could wait 80 minutes. 45? I don't know. Like I said, it's an excellent attraction, but here's my pro tip, but of course, everybody knows this. Just come before park close. The sun is down and usually wait times are lower, generally speaking. Sometimes you come, near, say 9 o'clock on a 9 o'clock close, and there's like a walk-on practically for Slinky Dog Dash. Not all the time, but often. And here's what the queue looks like for Buzz Lightyear. Meet and greet as I'll point the camera as I'll turn it around because I'm attempting to get to Brian Miller over at Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. And an update, there's a Disney Vacation Club kiosk located over to our left-hand side, but we're just gonna blow past that. We got more important people to meet, like Brian Miller in the chat. Let me check the chat again. Brian Miller says, what did you say? Please come here. Yes, Brian Miller, I'm headed there now. I say, oh, hello there. I'm headed there now. And for everybody in the chat, you can enjoy a billboard commercial of Oscars, live Sunday, March 2nd. But who doesn't like the Oscars? But there's also Mufasa the Lion King, which has already come out, right? Okay, there's a ramp straight ahead here. And you can see the people that are just parked, literally, looks like just cars in a parking lot. Not going anywhere in the Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway queue. Somewhere in there is Brian Miller. I'm attempting to locate him. As it turns out, you can probably imagine, I don't know what he looks like, so he's gonna have to find me. But of course, I'm the crazy guy holding this big, crazy contraption talking to himself. And we gotta look out here because, as you know, strollers come around this corner pretty fast. Okay, here we are at Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. I am not looking where I'm going. I'm not looking where the camera's going. I'm just pointing it here at the queue. So Brian Miller, I'm here. I'm outside. I'm looking in the queue. I'm going to walk back and forth and attempt to find Brian Miller, or I should say, maybe Brian Miller could attempt to find me because I don't know how to locate him. And we're out of the sun and we're going to circle back. I see no clear indication. Oh, hello there, except for us family waving at us. That is probably not Brian Miller. Because, hey, hello. Brian Miller, any indication that you're on the exterior portion of the attraction, or are you in the interior of Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway? Hello there. Oh, Brian Miller says, I see you. I don't see him, of course. I don't know what he looks like. I'm surveying the actual queue. My eyes darting back and forth, left and right. I just don't see it, but he's probably locked in the middle somewhere. But while we're here, let's check out a view of a wall. Of course, this is a projection surface. We were talking about the towers behind us in center stage here. Just a few moments ago, I could slowly turn the camera around the corner. Brian Miller?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello. Oh, wait, I'll point it away. Are you okay to be on camera? Yeah. We're live on YouTube. Is this your whole family? Okay, I'll point the camera then. Okay, here's Brian Miller and his entire family here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Where are you guys from?
Illinois.
Illinois. All right. Okay, so this is a big moment for you guys. So, excuse us. So, of the 5 children, whose favorite park is Disney's Hollywood Studios?
No.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir. Were you here as a kid?
No.
Oh, not at all. So is this your first visit here? Oh, not at all. Okay.
We brought his mom, who was her first visit.
Oh, I see. Okay. It's kind of awkward. May I ask if you're staying at a Disney resort? If so, if you choose not to say it, that's okay. Is it nice, and would you recommend the resort you're staying at? And do you have anything to share about your experience staying here at the Walt Disney World Resort Hotel?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We're staying at the Riviera Resort.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Are you DVC members?
No.
Okay, so you just booked
Yep.
non-DVC. What a gorgeous, beautiful resort, correct?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, what about the pool, the kids? Do you guys love the slide? The water slide?
We've been at the parks. No.
Oh, okay, okay. Because you're paying the big bucks. Okay, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to mention. You guys probably saw my previous video talking about how much. Yeah. So all the viewers in the chat could probably recall the actual video I'm talking about. One quick example. So they're staying at the Riviera, which is, I'm just going to say, it's a little on the pricier side, but well worth the experience. The interior rooms are very nice, very well designed, laid out, great location. It's got access, of course, to the Disney Skyliner, to here at Hollywood Studios and Epcot. So you get what you pay for. I love it. But does the kids want to say anything live on YouTube to all my chat viewers?
No.
Yeah, you want to be on YouTube.
Oh. They're very excited to see you. Sorry, the other day we were
Magic Kingdom, yeah. On the Liberty Bell, you said. So you see this guy standing awkwardly talking to himself, and you're like, we got to meet that guy. That's the guy.
We were on the boat, and you were on the shore.
Yeah. Okay. I can't say I remember seeing you because there's just too many people up there. But
Casey, what do you want to say? Say hi.
hi. Excellent. But is there anything else you want to add? Okay. But it was nice to meet you all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I'm sure my chat viewers like to see you guys as well, because I love hearing about all the family stories. Because, here real quick, I just want to share. When I was a kid, the most special moment for me was actually coming to this resort. because I pestered my parents for years, and they kept saying, it's too expensive, it's too expensive. And finally, I got here. And as soon as I got here, boy, I was hooked. So you guys are probably the same way. Were you telling your parents, like, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go? Okay, because you guys get on YouTube now. I had no access to YouTube as a kid, but you could just look up anything. But I don't want to hold you guys up, but thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to meet you guys. Thank you so much, sir. Nice to meet you guys too. Bye-bye. Have a great trip. But that was a very special moment to meet Brian Miller and his family. I hope everybody in the chat enjoyed it. I'm walking down a set of steps here. I certainly did here. Of course, that's Making Memories, like a Sherman Brothers song circa Epcot Center. Making memories. And we do have a new chat, but as it turns out, it looks like a foreign language I do not speak, possibly Chinese. I'm sorry, I don't speak foreign languages. I only speak English. John with Fun to Be Free only speaks English in America. I'm sorry. I don't have access to a translator at the moment. But that's cool that we have international guests attempting to communicate with just a guy walking around with the camera at Disney's Hollywood Studios.
Having the best time.
And as I've said many times before, you're watching live streaming coverage from Disney's Hollywood Studios. Let your adventure begin. There's the bubble wands again. We got bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. Remember how I was saying? Look at one single, oh, hello, sir. One bubble wand puts out that many bubbles. Look at that. It's pretty neat, isn't it? So I'm turning the camera behind me as I walk forward, and then we're gonna swing it as we walk back into Toy Story Land here. Buzz is no longer meet and greeting at the moment, but he will be back. You can hear Woody speaking one of his many sayings up here.
After all, he is just a toy.
And we got another chat. Oh, I could try to pull up what they sent. I cannot pull up currently for some technical reason. There is an item, an object, possibly an image in the chat. I cannot read it, can't pull it up. I apologize. It just looks like a little postage stamp that it won't expand for whatever reason. But DJ says, that was lovely. I'm glad you enjoyed it. DJ. KJ, sorry, excuse me. I don't know where I got the D. I'm looking at the foreign language and it looks like a D to me, I guess. Anyways, we're back in Toy Story Land. Slinky Dog just passed by, cycling. And let's get back on track here. And for whatever reason, it feels like the attendance in terms of the crowds have just diminished ever so slightly since we were just here. I wonder if it just has to do with the time of the day. But there is Woody and Jesse meeting and greeting. And the cast, of course, has a very challenging and difficult job keeping all the guests at bay, trying to get their photos. You know, like me, this guy just taking weirdo photos from the outside. We got hugs with Woody. We're up to the next set of guests and they're getting their autographs taken. And we're slowly gonna turn here. Tiki Man Fan's back. He says the first comment translate from Chinese to my introduction. Thank you for letting me know, Tiki Man Fan. We're actually gonna try to head back to Slinky Dog Dash.
Oh, no.
And I keep pulling my sunglasses off and on for my shirt, but it's like the sun keeps wanting to peek out, but it's currently overcast. And I'm just attempting to walk through the crowd. It gets a little congested here in front of Slinky. But what I wanted to do was get some shots of Slinky Dog Dash and the helixes going, you know, back to the brake run here, back to the station, on the launch zone. That's what I'm attempting to do now. So bear with me one moment. We're trying to get up there.
Stand by in the middle, lightning lane to the right.
And Tiki Man says their channel name translates to divorce. Divorce! And he also says the symbol is unrecognizable. Tiki Man Fan says, oh, it's a newspaper emoji. Oh, I see. Okay, they're down below. There's Slinky Dog. He's launching now. Go! And we'll just wait here for the next train. Who doesn't like Slinky Dog? But as you can see, there's some white fins on the track work there. Of course, magnetic launch, linear induction. So of course, LIM, L-I-M, linear induction motor, and there's of course the linear synchronous motor. Either way, they're stators, S-T-A-T-O-R, and all they are essentially are like magnets. They put electricity in them. They have monitors. When I say monitors, they're more like computers. And of course, they stagger, they turn off and on, and they launch the train magnetically. And of course, the trains have ferrous fins. In this case would be copper. The copper fin goes on each side of the white. And of course, as the electricity turns on the stator, it's just like an electric motor that turns rotary into a linear motion. When I say linear, just go straight. That was a mouthful. There's Slinky Dog.
Here we go.
We'll see if we can catch Slinky Dog as he launches over the hill there. And we'll get in position as Slinky comes down the multiple camelbacks and down into this helix. Slinky's approaching the brake run now. You can probably hear it in just a moment. Smooth stop. We could go take a quick look at the unload area for Slinky Dog Dash here. That's themed to, of course, Dash and Dodge Mega Coaster Kit. Of course, all of Andy's toys here in his backyard. There's a train that's going to advance to the load area. All the guests have previously unloaded. And then, of course, after this train advances, will be the train we just saw launch out there. And then all those happy, delighted guests will unload from this Slinky, come through the exit-only gates, and enjoy the rest of their day here at Disney's Hollywood Studios.
Until we come to a complete stop. Remember to grab all your stuff and step out and be right. So long, pal.
Let me check the chat. Tiki Man Fan sends me a bunch of translations that divorce. Please translate your chat to English. I use Google Translate. Well, thank you for your help, Tiki Man Fan. So let's pan over in this direction. Since we are here, it appears that the queue has shrunk in size. For whatever reason, it's just this, as we approach 5 o'clock Eastern, it appears the attendance just kind of drops off back here in Toy Story Land. But it's a very comfortable day here. I highly doubt that the wait time has been adjusted. But let's point the camera up there and just look. It still says 80 minutes for Slinky Dog Dash. And a real quick note in regards to the wait times. I don't have all the facts and details about the following story, but this is what I have heard in regards to this wait time. That the wait time is actually delayed. It's not like minute for minute or live. It's not updated live. It actually takes a phone call from the operations team or the ride operators, the cast members that work the attractions, into central distribution, and then they update it in another state, apparently. In other words, it's not all automatic as far as I understand, but that doesn't mean it hasn't changed because I haven't heard updates on that. But all the point of the story is it's not an automatic system, but I heard a rumor that Walt Disney World Resort is working on a new system to update it. They may have implemented it to make it lifetime, but I haven't heard any details on that yet. If anybody in the chat knows more, I'd love to hear it. I just don't have updates. Okay, we're walking back out, and on the right-hand side, of course, is an outdoor merchandise location. The Play Family Camper. That's, of course, Fisher-Price themed. When I was a kid, of course, Fisher-Price made all these little toys in this style. And when I was a young toddler, I loved these little things. But I quickly outgrew them for larger big boy toys like The Empire Strikes Back, Star Wars action figures, and the Millennium Falcon, as you heard. But they also offer the Woody, Jesse, and of course Bullseye dolls here. Should I say action figures? I don't know what they're actually labeled. Let's see if they even say. Do they say anything about it? Talking action figure. So there you go. You got the boys, a talking action figure. Jesse is probably labeled the same thing. Yes. Talking action figure. Yes. Yes. So they're not calling them dolls in the packaging as I suspected, but action figures. And the Forky. Who doesn't love Forky? I mean, come on, he's trash. Let me get him in focus and frame here. When I was a kid, Green Army Men were very popular with me in the dirt playing outside my house. But of course, I didn't get a bucket of soldiers. I just got the standard, you know, cheap seats. But nonetheless, the Green Army Men were cool. And of course, you do have a Slinky Dog figure here. Slinky Dog, what does it actually say on the packaging? Talking action figure, yes. So Slinky does talk. I want to see how much he is. Slinky, Dog Dash. And it's $34.99. That's kind of expensive if you ask me. Wow, I didn't expect $34.99. I was expecting $29.99, but of course, as you know, prices tend to go up here at the Walt Disney World Resort. And of course, we could take a look at this light up Slinky Dog. This is not pictured for price. I don't know if any of them are pictured for price. Okay, we don't have a price point on these particular items. I imagine those are $19.99 though. But here's the Buzz Lightyear version. Of course, the Bubble Wand we saw earlier. There's more Bubble Wands. Look. This side has Zurg. Let's go look. We'll just take a quick look because there's people here. Yeah, okay, just, you know, quick, just a brief.
We're running out of space for our
So even they have some Green Army Men plushes too. Okay. All right, and we're slowly swinging the camera around, making everybody seasick. Approaching Woody's lunchbox. Tiki Man fan says, I didn't know that. Well, Tiki Man fan, don't quote me on it. That's just a rumor I heard. If that's the case, it could be. I don't know. But some of these details are impossible to find because some of these operational programs, you know, they're only implemented briefly and then they changed very quickly and then they're set to the wayside because they don't work. Quick look at Woody's lunchbox. Look, there's no cast. Well, there is a cast member there, but there's nobody guarding this. Usually there's a cast member here like guarding this rope like a hawk and only letting you in this area if you have an actual mobile order. And this area doesn't look too bad. Even though the park is increased attendance today, this area here right now, as we just saw with Slinky Dog Dash, 80-minute wait, it seems to be going down. In other words, just not as heavily populated. Less crowds over here right now. And while we're here, we mentioned before that we could get an update, but we can't see much. It sure looks like the same current state of construction. They're installing shade control here because the Florida sun gets pretty hot. It looks like they're going to put some, you know, canopy shade over. But this has been under construction for quite some time. But we're going to slowly back out here, back out of Woody's lunchbox and head across the pathway over to the Swirling Saucers. Take a quick look at that. I want to go look at the wait time there. Just over to our right-hand side and forward direction to travel is the Alien Swirling Saucers. Standby entrance over to the left-hand side. It sure looks like 35 minutes, but yeah, I think it is. Okay, so in the red LEDs, standby entrance 35 minutes. And where is everybody? Just there's nobody coming.
Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, we gotta get Buzz. We're missing Buzz.
Detected alien swirling saucer activity in a nearby sector.
So you just heard Buzz. And Tiki Man fan says, that's a smart way to help mobile orders. Yeah, but like, I don't know, Tiki Man fan. Like, it just seems so unwelcoming to put a cast member there going, stop, you can't come in, you have to mobile order. That's my only gripe with that. Otherwise, you know, it flows well. But like we mentioned before, it probably has to do with fire code. There's just too few square footage in that area, you know, to have the people too many people in there is all I'm saying. They just have to have cast there for guest safety is what I'm suggesting. But anyways, Tiki Man Fan says, shade is what Toy Story Lands need most. Yes, Tiki Man Fan, I agree with you 100%. In fact, the first time I saw the concept art for Toy Story Land, the first thing I went is, where's the shade? And then I looked at, of course, they were calling it Woody's Lunchbox, and I went, well, where's the shade control? Shouldn't there be an interior dining area? Because this is Florida. There is weather here quite often. And then, of course, you know, I saw this in person and went, wow, it is hot. And if you ever came to, of course, this resort, Walt Disney World Resort, went to Disney's Hollywood Studios in the summer months, as I suggested before, it gets quite hot. And the sun is just beats down on you here in Toy Story Land. For whatever reason, in my opinion, and you might agree in the chat, that Toy Story Land is the hottest land in the park. And I can only speculate because of the tree lines. It's only on the perimeter of the land, as I point out to the far distance. You can see the tree line, it's all back there. There's not too many trees and shrubbery as I go around in a circle here. There's not too much like shade large trees. And I speculate the reason why is because instead of using the money in the budget for the large landscaping trees, for example, landscape takes about 10% of your overall budget, just like the electrical grid. But look at these trees, they are smaller in size, and this land's been here since what, 2018 is it? So I think so, 2018. So these trees have grown, but the point is they weren't installing large scale trees for shade control here. So that's the only drawback of this land, is that it appears to me at least that it's the hottest land here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. And Tiki Man Fan says, hello at Julie. And he also says the concept art didn't even have the seating it has now. Yeah, because what I'm talking about, it looked like, if I remember correctly, the concept art just showed like the facade or the small building kitchen of Woody's Lunchbox that we're looking through on the other side of these smaller scale trees. And what I'm suggesting is, think about every other dining facility in this park alone. It's like they have indoor seating, like Bacalata Express, obviously, indoor seating. They have the covered, even outdoor patio. And of course, ABC Commissary essentially has all indoors except for the actual tables that are outside. But you understand what I'm suggesting. Even Sunset Ranch has shade control. The entire Sunset Ranch market is covered. The shade control's over like every single table there. But then you get to Toy Story Land, it's none of the above. No trees, no shade control, have some footprints, that's all you get. We went over budget. Anyways, I'm not mocking Disney, I'm not mocking Walt Disney Imagineering, I'm just suggesting everything's on a budget, and they probably did the best they could with the budget they had, because the budget, in my opinion, for this land, I have no idea, again, I'm gonna ask, if anybody knows or can look it up, please do. I'm just throwing this out there. This was probably like a $250 $250 million expansion for Toy Story Land. So it's very expensive. And what did you really get? You got Alien Swirling Saucers, which is great for the entire family, not mocking it. You got Slinky Dog Dash, which is essentially a custom designed Zamperla limb launch coaster, which is, you know, a little pricey, but still, it's not in a show building. And then of course you had the existing attraction, Toy Story Mania, but all they did was flip the entrance from one side of the building to the other, you know, and they have one minor mobile order facility, Woody's Lunchbox. So in my opinion, for the amount of small attractions, for the amount of small space, which is very popular, they did a great job, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying this place probably cost $250 million just for Toy Story Land itself. So they probably were working with a very limited budget. And of course, they had to demolish all the backstage infrastructure here. And I don't think they had all the infrastructure available to support this land. So they probably had to bring it in just for the attractions in this land you see. So there's a lot of hidden money that you don't see, I believe, in Toy Story Land, that you're walking on it. You're walking under you, all the infrastructure. You know, the water, power, electricity, sewage, all that stuff they had to bring in. Because this was, I believe, a backstage area prior where they just utilized it for operations and offices. And over to our left-hand side, of course, is the ever-popular restrooms here. It is well-themed, I gotta admit. They are large in scale, which I think WDI did a good choice. Of course, as you probably know, there's formulas for everything. There's formulas for, you know, how far the drinking fountains need to be apart, or how far the restrooms need to be apart from each other, how many stalls that need to be in the restroom, how wide the doorways need to be, how the door, you know, the hallways, the door. I'm actually headed over here to get a drink of water. So I'm gonna turn the camera behind me so you don't have to awkwardly see me get some water here. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay, at any point, thank you for your patience. I was just getting a quick drink of water while you looked at the alien swirling saucers, which we're gonna go attempt to look at Cycle right now. This guy talks too much and needs to drink more water. I don't want to get dehydrated. For all you kids in the chat, drink water, hydrate. I need to drink more water, I always tell myself. Drink more water. And the answer is yes, I do drink more water, or I drink a lot of water, yes. Except for when I'm live. I feel like I do not drink enough water while I'm live, but I'm trying to, you know, keep talking and keep the show going for everybody in the chat. But here we go. Alien Swirling Saucers, the cast member is currently doing her safety checks on each of the vehicles, going back to her dispatch podium, where she's gonna hit that enable, and as soon as she hits that green Alan Bradley button, you're gonna go, what's Alan Bradley? It's just the manufacturer of the buttons they use under contract at Disney. Alan Bradley. Anyways, she's gonna make the safety spiel, hit the button, and we're gonna have some audio.
All news articles, thank you.
And of course, pointed out before, this turntable has little fingers you can't see underneath it, and just transfers the vehicle from finger to finger like a set of gears. So each vehicle transfers to different turntables. Beautiful. All right, so let's continue walking down the pathway. Let's actually head into Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and we'll go back to Muppet Vision 3D. Maybe on the way I could grab a fuel rod. I only have one of those little green LEDs left on my fuel rod. You're watching live streaming coverage from Disney's Hollywood Studios, where you could let your adventure begin. Just up ahead here is Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. There's a, I'd say, slightly below average stream of people pouring out, considering how, you know, crowded this park is here today.
essa já foi.
We're gonna head over in this direction here, and as we do, there's an outdoor vending location located over to our left-hand side. Of course, that's heavily themed with this astromech droid and this Coca-Cola type astromech looking font. And over in this direction, of course, you can assemble your droid at the droid depot and then come over here and use your little remote control and play with it on this nice little sport court. And here's a quick look at some Star Wars themed or Galaxy's Edge themed vehicles. And here's some guests playing an interactive game with their magic bands here. Just stopping for some guests in the walkway as we awkwardly push through, walking under this covered bridge here that leads us up into the marketplace. We saw in the marketplace Mandalorian and Grogu meeting the other day.
Oh, that's how we came in. Oh, yeah.
And then again, there's another outdoor vending location site with another Coca-Cola distribution area. And I'm just looking around. The crowds are not that bad right now, but we were visiting the other day and they were pretty good crowd levels then. We didn't make it earlier today, which I suspicion the crowd levels in Star Wars Land Galaxy's Edge was a little higher than normal, but it's looking pretty comfortable right now. I want to go up and look at the standby wait time for Rise of the Resistance and see what it looks like. But the crowds look manageable right now, but not too bad, but you know, still slightly above average, it seems like.
Try, buddy. You like it?
I should start walking a little faster because I'm looking at the battery levels on my camera. They're starting to get down again. They're draining, so let's take a quick look. I'm hoping Pizza Rizzo's still open to get a fuel rod because that's where I was hoping to go. Wait, yeah, Pizza Rizzo has fuel rods, right? Yeah. Okay, Rise of the Resistance is 70 minutes. That's a little longer than I thought it would be, but I don't see much of exterior queue. I do see people standing out in the outside here, but it's down there. But 70 minutes, that's actually surprising me. It's still posted at 70, but I imagine it's nowhere near that. It's probably like, 45, 50, 50 minutes. That'd be my best guess. Anybody in the chat know more? Do they have any experience when you stand just about right there? Okay, we're gonna go through the cavern here that'll lead us back to Grand Avenue. Maybe we could go back and check out Mama Melrose's Ristorante Italiano menu, the table service dining experience. Of course, they don't have pictures of their menu. We could still pop it up and see what they have though. But first, I gotta get a fuel rod. And we're just coming up the Grand Avenue now.
Wow, that's a setup.
Oh, hello there. Hello. We're coming up to Grand Avenue, like I previously mentioned. And we're looking at the entrance here, and I'm gonna stop or pause here in just a moment. Oh, I was gonna say, I'm losing a camera. Let's see if I can get a fuel rod. Okay, no meeting and greeting going on at this location. I'm hoping Pizza Rizzo's still open and available. I'm pretty certain there's a fuel rod location in here. Or at least I thought there was at one moment. Over to our right-hand side is the Muppet Vision 3D that I adore, and I'm very sad that we're going to be losing it. Set of steps we're going to navigate down here in just a moment. Over to our right-hand side is the Studio One Company store that I mentioned. That has been closed for a number of years now, not being utilized. Too bad there's no Muppet merchandise in there. But of course, Muppet merchandise may be available at the current Rock Around the Shop store. Oh, we can't get in, it's closed. Okay, we're gonna have to go to another location to get a fuel rod. That's too bad. So, looks like the guests are coming out of Pizza Rizzo, so I'm not certain what time they close, even though we looked at the menu, I don't recall. I don't even know what time it is now, but I'm looking at the time. Yeah, okay, it's 5:16 Eastern. But this area difference in attendance in the crowd level here. Like I said before we went live at 2 o'clock, this entire area that you're looking at was just full of wall-to-wall people, including a line for the men's restroom. So that gives you a level of or an idea, I should say, of the guest flow at a park like this. So earlier in the afternoon, crazy chaos. That Muppet show that we experienced, it was, 3/4 packed, and of course Muppets has a high capacity for that attraction. So we should go at this moment, since we're near it, we should go around the pathway over by Vacation Fun to get a fuel rod. It'll give us an opportunity to check out the crowds. But we could do a judgment call. There is a shortcut that we could try. It's a little risky. Comment in the chat if you know the shortcut I'm talking about. We could be shut down and forced to reverse our direction and go around the long way. But I'll show you. Up ahead, there's a brick structure here. That's the women's restroom entrance on the left, and the men's, of course, is on the right. But a neat little restroom structure, nonetheless. And off to the left-hand side, there's this little pathway. It's a little bypass. Has anybody ever done this before? Sometimes there's a cast member here, sometimes not. Generally, they're not really staffed here. But I have seen them here. I'm not sure what the position does. Bypass here takes us to the entrance to Celebrity Spotlight, which is this attraction over here, where you can meet Olaf. Who doesn't like Olaf? I've actually only experienced it one time. I made one YouTube short. You can look it up. But it's very quick and brief. And who doesn't love Olaf? But here we are. The bypass. Inside and slightly behind us is another set of restrooms that I want to talk about, but we'll talk about that maybe not in this video, but I want to talk about the interior in those restrooms specifically. So, spoiler alert, it looks like Epcot on the interior. Okay, we are on a mission and I'm trying to get there. So we just took the bypass. We're headed over to Vacation Fun, and original animated short, Mickey and Minnie. We're attempting to actually get a new fuel rod. One of my cameras is down to 7%, and once they go below 10%, they get a little unpredictable. Just like, Finn on Rise of Resistance, your ship came off a little off target. But we're headed now to this portable charger fuel rod dispensing station. I'm going to unplug my cable, pull the fuel rod out of its holder. The camera may bounce around a bit. And I'll point it down at the screen. I'm going to hit swap, which is probably impossible to see in the sunlight here. Take the fuel rod, hit swap this way. And give it a moment, and Mickey success with Mickey shorts. Okay, fuel rod, as I always do, just double check, we have good. I'm going to go in here after this nice cast member enters. Go ahead, please. Oh, hello there, nice to see you. I bet you didn't expect to see a weird guy standing here with the camera talking to himself trying to put a fuel rod in it.
You can go.
Have a great day, take care.
Thank you.
I was just gonna come sit down on the bench that isn't here anymore. Okay, everybody's like, how embarrassing. Oh, they moved it over here.
Enjoy, the room is your own.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day. Potato Land, Potato Land. So I was gonna sit here for a brief moment just to install this fuel rod while you get a good view of nobody here in the post-show for Vacation Fun. So give me just a moment to pop this sucker in. I'll be right with you. And it looks like we have charging going on. I have to plug in my cables. Give me a second here. And the camera is probably looking slightly into the ceiling for whatever odd reason. Checking levels in the camera. We have success. Okay, on with the show. I'm going to go to the middle of this post-show shop and go out the door that we came in. Back out here to Echo Lake. And now we're looking at Backlot Express Restaurant again, quick service dining establishment here in Echo Lake. We checked it out yesterday. We could push in and see just what it looks like with the attendance right now, but I speculate it's going to be on, you know, the downward slope side right now. Have you ever noticed a tagline for Backlot Express Restaurant? I'll read it to you. It always got a kick out of me. A warehouse of good eating. So first of all, as you're aware, you know, it is a warehouse. It seemed to, of course, a machine shop. They have it indicated over here. The sound department, and on the backside you can't see on the facade is, of course, the paint department, mimicking a backlot. Huh? Get it now? Backlot, studio backlot. You know, all the backstage infrastructure, all the trades that go into creating all the set works, set design, the pieces for, of course, studio production. And this is what I expected. Pretty slim right now, because the attendance really drops off at Backlot. But we're going to continue walking through this exterior patio area. Back towards the Star Tours attraction. We can check out the wait time again as we walk past it. And there's an AT-AT. I don't hear it going pow pow, pow pow yet. But if we listen carefully, we might hear it in a moment. Standby entrance, red LEDs on the right-hand side. 20 minutes. 20 minutes for Star Tours. And I doubt it's 20 minutes right now. There's probably nobody in the exterior. Oh, pow pow, it's going right now. Pow pow. Yeah, like I speculated, nobody in the exterior queue, but they are routing the guests through the exterior queue. The line looks like, I'm just peeking through the landscaping shrubbery. It looks like it's literally at the door right now. 20 minutes. Okay. Let's go back into Grand Avenue because I really want to go back towards Mama Melrose's Ristorante Italiano. Now, it's probably going to get awkward if we actually go in there because, you know, the podium with the cast member is in a very small area there, and there's probably going to be people waiting for their dining reservations in that small interior space along with the restrooms. We'll see if we could actually walk inside. I don't know. I'll feel it out. If they're giving me dirty looks, I'll stay outside. If you know, they seem welcoming, then I'll go in and we'll walk around the interior of the restaurant. But this restaurant, you know, it's a little higher end, so it's not like you have to dress in slacks and a blazer sport coat or anything. But I'm just saying, it's not Tony's. Tony's is like, hey, I'm wearing flip-flops. They just come to eat. Tony's on Main Street, you know? That's just my opinion, even though this is a theme park. Other people in the chat may have a difference of opinion. But Tony's is so casual, even though it's a, you know, a table service dining establishment. Literally, you show up in flip-flops, a tank top, and the swim trunks, and they'll accommodate you at Tony's. Here we are entering Grand Park again. Of course, this plaque, I could get a quick view of it. Grand Park, established 2017. And real quick, it really is bronze, and they did a great job. I love it. Just nailed the fonts, and of course using real materials, you know, the real metal. Way to go. And of course I am walking on real bricks. They're not veneers or anything fake. I think they're full-size bricks laid into the concrete. Of course they do a 2-layer process. They put down the base or the footer, and then of course the actual, not veneer, but the full size brick. And of course, they're tumbled, weathered, and aged brick. So, gorgeous bricks. But one thing I wanted to mention while we're here at Muppet Vision 3D, I wanted to just show you this quick attraction poster. Hello there. This attraction poster here I really love and adore, and you probably saw it on my thumbnail for this video. I mimicked this attraction poster. When I say thumbnail, the actual image, the photo, the picture that you clicked on to watch or view this video. You clicked on something very similar to this, so I tried to recreate it as close as possible. I debated on whether putting now playing and see So Real You Think You're Here. I debated on putting it in there, but it just got too busy, so I left that part off. But I put it on there for you. Here, let me swing around the far side. Hello there, sorry. Just a weird guy talking about an attraction poster. So, here we go again. I'm seeing, try to get out of the glare, but still glare. I guess you can see it. But Kermit the Frog here in Muppet Vision 3D. So Real You Think You're Here. And then we were talking about actually Jim Henson before, but I'm sure most people have seen this, or anybody in the chat has already seen Jim Henson Idea Man. If you haven't, I'd highly recommend it on Disney Plus. Excellent documentary. Never stop creating. And here is that official Muppet Vision 3D photo that they love using. What a great photo here. I can only imagine this particular photo was taken on the studio set where they filmed this animated feature. When I say animated, I should say 3D live action feature. Whoa, I didn't expect this. Look, there's a line actually coming out the door. I must have missed that as I'm looking at the attraction poster. I don't want to go too much further because this is the lightning lane entrance, but I did just want to show you like production offices and of course the security. And who doesn't know the rookie move? If you go move that mat, you could actually see the key. And the cast, well, is it still there? Yeah. Okay, nice cast member. Sorry to be awkward. But nice cast member says the key under the mat is still there. Do a lot of guests come and ask for this?
Yeah,
okay.
We're so excited.
Okay. Okay. So the nice cast member says that a lot of guests do ask to see if it's still there, because I guess it's gotten out on social media and YouTube, I guess. Okay. Because in the olden days, nobody knew about this sucker. Okay. Anyways, here's the mat. Here, I should pan up first. So, security office, right? Back in 5 minutes. Okay, key is under mat, right? They're clearly telling you. These Walt Disney Imagineering guys, like you could actually touch and move it, which is crazy. I didn't want to move it too much because, you know, I could just do it and it break off. You know, that's what I expect. But anyways, there's some theming elements. Of course, gonzo, some fruit, you know, coffee, sign-in book, telephone. But everybody in the chat probably seen this before, but here's what I want to show you, and you guys probably all know this. But if I lift up the mat, I'm going to try. Okay, old man getting down on his knees. What I do for YouTube, and if I lift the mat, the whole mat comes up. It's not attached anymore.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Okay, so there it is. So if you look, obviously there's the key. I'm actually on my hands and knees right now, by the way, holding the camera less than 6 inches from this key. But if I touch the key, it is screwed on. There's literally a screw screwing it down to the ground. So you can move it, but you can't remove it. You can't move it up from the ground. But here, I'll try to put the mat back how I found it. So there you go. Slowly get up here. Back in 5 minutes. Okay. So, again, thank you for your help. Have a great day.
The whole pre-show?
We'll see. We'll see. We already came and saw it earlier. But here I just want to mention Muppet Vision 3D World Headquarters. Here's all the directory. And of course, with all the WDI lingo in there, there's some hidden stuff that is probably not known to most people in this. There's a lot of stuff in here.
Yeah.
But we'll continue and push through. But again, have a great day. The reason why I came back is because we went so fast through here before. But Muppet Vision 3D, Muppet Labs, Department of Artificial Reality. This is not a door. Sorry, excuse me, sir. And we're going through the other side here, Muppet Vision 3D, Muppet Labs. Look, and those clever folks at Muppet Labs, Division of Fashion Technology, making tomorrow a prettier place to be. So, I really like this interior space. And of course, I do want to mention, because everybody's like, this guy is a nerd talking about elevations. It's a little hard to see on camera. But there is an elevation here that goes from the entrance up into the pre-show. So there you go, a little bit of elevation change. And of course, stage 3D. Really, top secret, keep out. Secret, research, top secret. This means you, keep out. So they want you out. The storyline does not want you coming in. And here's the stress testing department. And then we'll get on the other side here. This is the Institute of Advanced Chronology, staying ahead of the times, obviously. So many good puns in here. And then here's the Muppets, the updated version one, of course, with the updated logo. Kind of missed the one that was here before, but you can't win them all, right? Here's your 3D glasses again that we saw. Give the camera a moment to adjust. I'm sure it's fine now. But here's the pre-show. And so there's various objects in here. Of course, these are updated for Muppets Haunted Mansion, I believe. A lot of these interactive pieces. But the monitors overhead, of course, mimic the original CRT monitors, which have been replaced, of course, with very high-end, special, probably Borland monitors. And hanging above my head, a net full of Jell-O, but I believe they removed that. And as far as I know, these particular prop pieces are the ones used in the actual 3D film attraction. Anybody in the chat know more? Are those the official ones? But I think they are.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could step as far forward and close together as you can.
Yeah. You close. You see, we're doing research on deodorant strength.
So you're disgusting.
It's a gift.
Well, we're ready to start Muppet Vision 3D. And if you'll... He's inside, get ready.
I'm just checking the chat now. Love Pugs is back. Welcome back, Love Pugs. Hello, everyone, and happy Tuesday. Love Pugs, thank you for joining us. If you missed this special presentation of Muppet Vision 3D, we did view it earlier near the beginning of the stream. I encourage you to go back, rewind, start the stream over. I don't know if we're going to have time because I'm looking at my cameras right now. I just lost one of my cameras. In other words, I have two cameras and one of them just died this moment. That's why you heard me pause. I was checking it out. But I don't know if we're going to have enough juice to go see this film with just one camera. So we're gonna push out, reverse our direction, awkwardly reverse our direction back out there. Hello, sir. And we're gonna swim upstream like the salmon at Capistrano in the movie Dumb and Dumber, which there's nobody here. Good, easy. We'll just walk out. Nice camp swimmer that was helping us earlier. Muppet babies. Okay, we're actually going the wrong way, but we're coming out now. Success. Okay, so I'm going to turn the camera just because we're here, because I cannot get enough of the Grand Arts Theater now playing Muppet Vision 3D. And of course, there is a small congregation of people that are here to do something, not certain what. They're talking to the nice cast. But I want to go back to see Mama Melrose's real quick, see if we could just take a small peek, see what it looks like inside. Okay, as I mentioned before, Pizza Rizzo closed. They said, get out, go to another dining establishment. Because it's weird how the guest flow works here, like I mentioned earlier. Earlier in the afternoon, place is packed in here. Now it's like, who cares? Got some crickets, get out of here. Okay, see how there's just nobody here? Obviously. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but we didn't actually see it. It's a wonderful shop. See, there's the sign, wonderful shop. Used to be open, used to carry the Christmas merchandise. You could actually purchase Christmas themed merchandise all year long at this shop until it closed, I think about, I don't know, 4 years ago. But of course, this is a very popular photo spot for everybody taking their photos with that snowman, of course, in the 90 plus degree Florida heat. What a kick. But here's what we came back to see. And there's a large amount of people waiting, so I don't know if we're going to go in there, but we'll see. Mama Melrose's Ristorante Italiano. Okay, you can see people through the window, and you could also see people here congregating outside. There's so many people, they cannot accommodate on the interior space. So I don't know if we could get in there. But as I'm talking, what I'm attempting to do is turn on the wireless feature on my other phone so we can send the menu over. If you just give me one moment here, I'll be right with you.
Since you're with me, come on.
Okay, I'm just trying to get out of the way here. I'm actually still outside. It's a nice breeze blowing. I'm gonna take my Disney Experience app and search for Mama. See, it probably come right up. I only have two hands, so it's hard to type with, you know, you have two hands holding two objects. Mama Melrose's Restaurant Italiano here at Disney's Hollywood Studios, Grand Avenue. It's a 55-minute estimated wait based on your party size. They offer lunch and dinner lunch is of course 10:45 to 3:55 p.m. and dinner is 4 to 9 p.m. I always call it upscale, but they call it casual dining, reservations accepted. We should look at the menu. There's off to the right hand side is view menu. Let's go to dinner since we're at dinner here. They offer the various appetizers. I'll just scroll through those a little slowly here. We'll get to the entrees. So the entrees, they offer a Mama's pasta with shrimp, the braised Wagyu beef on the name I cannot pronounce, braised pork osso bucco, rigatoni bolognese. I can't pronounce these names, I'm sorry. Oven baked chicken alla parmesan, spaghetti and meatballs, chef selection of fish salad, and this polenta cake, mushroom and herb cauliflower, a New York strip steak, and also desserts like cannoli, tiramisu, lemon mascarpone tart, flourless chocolate cake, gelato, cherry chocolate cake. They also have kids appetizers and create your own entrees where you get to choose one. Also create your own selections, choose two with these items here. And non-alcoholic mocktails, non-alcoholic beverages, and various other assorted beverages as well. Okay, so that's Mama Melrose's Restaurant Italiano. I am going to turn off the wireless feature on my phone. Just give me one moment here. And we're looking at the main entrance here for Mama Melrose's.
Calling one of the fireworks, they keep getting set off.
I'm just putting my phone back in my pocket. Just give me one moment. A small group of people is walking past me as I attempt to get my bearings. I'm walking towards the entrance. Let's see if we could just poke our head inside and see what it looks like.
Right now, we're not accepting people that like walk up without a reservation.
Nice cast member is saying they're not accepting people at the moment that is without the reservation. I'm trying to get out of the way here because there's people, you know, waiting, talking. But here's what it looks like at the bar. And then I know I'm walking through here pretty fast. I actually want to turn around and want to show you all the photographs on the wall. So there's this little display here. And the one that always gets me, if I ever walk by here, Bob Denver. Gilligan's Island, Bob Denver. But even Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill's up here too. There's a bunch of famous stars and faces that have frequented this location, including your favorite, who doesn't know this, Phyllis Diller. Yeah, I know, nobody knows that. unless you're like 80. Sorry for anybody that's older than I am. But I just want to slowly turn the camera. There's various portraits of Hollywood stars just hanging on a lot of the walls here. And then let's go take a look, because they don't seem to be caring that we're here right now. So we'll awkwardly walk around an interior dining space of this nice table service dining establishment, as everybody looks at me like, what's this guy doing? And all the cast is like, oh boy, you're in my way here, kid. Scram. And I'm attempting to find a better access point that is filled with guests and cast, so I'm walking down this side. I just want to give all the viewers in the chat what Mama Melrose's looks like. It is packed. It's like every seat is taken. Like the cast member outside at the podium said, they're only accepting reservations, no walk-ups. They don't have any more availability. And so you can see why. There's only one table. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. One table that is left. Hello, sir, sorry, I'm on your way, excuse me. That I see available and open, that I'm sure they're waiting to seat, because as soon as a table comes available, they will seat it. There's, people waiting and maximum revenue to generate. So I'll walk down this way because, we didn't really see it. But I do like the little lights hanging from the beams. And of course, the little grapevines, of course, faux or fake grapes, but they still give a nice little ambiance here at Mama Melrose's. So we're gonna go back the way we came. We'll head back to the bar. Some people elect to eat at the bar probably because that was a walk-up where they had availability of, say, 1 or 2 spots. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We'll walk and take a look at this area. This gets a little congested, so I got to be very cautious here because, the servers grab the food here, so I think we're safe. But as we walk by, you could see a selection of all the dishes that the cast is going to start serving to the guests here. And it looks really good. I don't want to get too close to it because, food and safety. Germs, but a little bar location they have. But we're slowly going to make our way back out the door, and we'll double check the chat here. Simon Rogers says, hey kiddos, with stars and a hand waving. Welcome to the channel, Simon Rogers. Where are you from? And over to our right hand side, of course, is the Studio One Company store. If I pull back over here by the Muppet Vision 3D exit or unload area, we could get a better shot of the dueling Kermits. Now, here's a question. I don't think I've asked this last time I was here. Why do you suppose they choose to put 2 identical Kermits here? Because my speculation is very simple. They made 1 mold and 2 Kermits because it was cost effective. They probably were, going to have, say, a Kermit and a Miss Piggy, but they cut the budget. That's just me making it up. But that's just my guess. Because once you have the fiberglass mold, man, you can just duplicate it over and over again. Not much labor and material. If anybody has any other speculation, let me know. But of course, you can see the Miss Piggy clock. And why do I say Miss Piggy? Because Kermit and Miss Piggy go together. Why couldn't you have a Kermit and a Miss Piggy? It's not the Kermit store, it's the Studio One Stage Company store, featuring Kermit and Miss Piggy. There's also, of course, the Kermit clock over here as well. But let me check the chat. TT's back. Welcome back, TT. Happy Tuesday, John. Hey, TT. Nice to see you back. If you missed it, you could always rewind and go back to where we were talking about Tom Bricker's Disney Tourist blog about, of course, where if Disney mishandled the closure announcement for Muppet Vision 3D. We've been talking about in and out, as you can probably imagine, but I get very distracted about it. And if we look overhead here, Kermit is painted up above here, and his eyes are on those HVAC vents, it looks like. Or at least, I should rephrase. I believe those are intake vents for the HVAC, but I could be wrong. They could be exhaust, but I don't think they're exhaust. I think the exhaust is on the rooftop, and those are the intake. Oh, hello, sir. Sorry. Excuse me. Have a great day. Oh, good. Excellent. Couldn't be better here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Yeah, but I know. Solid packed, and now, like, nobody. Except for Mama Melrose. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Have a great day. Take care. Nice cast member just giving me some, tips about the guest flow in here. And as we experience that, yeah, the guest flow is increased earlier in the afternoon around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. But as we noticed, as we walked by Slinky Dog Dash, the line literally just started disappearing in front of our eyes, even though the wait time was supposed to be 80 minutes. But anyways, we're back at Pizza Rizzo now. I just wanted to get a quick look. There's a lot of details that I didn't point out, you know, the water tower heckler, and of course the crate hanging with the net. Tomato loading zone, no parking anytime. A lot of puns here. No parking, no standing, no stopping, no kidding. You've got the dough, we got the cheese. Of course, you know, oven fresh. But tastes like rat pizza, right? Doesn't one of the neon signs at night over here, if we look from Muppet Vision, it says it's rat pizza, right? I don't know if we can see it. We'll attempt to look at it. Oh, and Simon Rogers says, I'm from the UK. Well, you don't say. We have an international viewer from the UK. I sent KJ your way. Oh, I see, Simon. So you and KJ go back. So I could only imagine you and KJ have been chat friends on other YouTube live channels. And you found your way to me. So, oh, that's interesting. And Simon, I think we need to have you and KJ more in the chat along with Tiki Man Fan and Lug Pugs and TT. And yeah, it's always fun. Always fun. And while you guys are here, you're probably just, you know, tuned in. I just wanted to mention that Gonzo's Royal Flush. You know, here, let me go around the corner so you can actually see the sign, because I've said this before. I love this name. Gonzo's Royal Flush, the public restrooms. This area was so congested, just full of people. And I'm not kidding. When I say there was a mob of people there was a line for the men's room. Literally a line up these steps and up here in this area before 2 o'clock, before I went live. It was approximately 1:20 p.m. Eastern time. And there were so many people here that the men's restroom had a line. And then I mentioned, pro tip, if you're ever in the area, just go upstairs inside Pizza Rizzo, upstairs, upper level. There's a restroom up there. It's small, but nobody's ever up there. Fun to be few, pro tip. And overhead here, the city's top rated pizza, Pizza Rizzo. It's rat pizza. Once the sign goes out, but I don't think we're gonna wait for it. Okay, and here we are again, the Miss Piggy fountain. And Simon Rogers says, oh, we will be, don't you worry about that. I'm sure you will, Simon. You and KJ could go back and forth, I think, for a long time. So, yeah, UK. So, Simon, do you visit theme parks in the UK? Like, I don't know, Drayton Mayor? I'm just throwing one out there. Or Alton Towers, or, you know, Blackpool Pleasure Beach, or Southport, or anything like that? Are you a big coaster fan? Simon Rogers? I've actually been to the UK. I haven't been too many places, but Southport, if I remember correctly. It was I could be getting it wrong. Was it the Cyclone where they demolished it? Is that the name? I'm trying to think. The old white wooden coaster. Oh, KJ's back. I see you, Cheeky Chop, Simon James. Oh, Simon Rogers. Maybe you were in the chat before with you and KJ going back briefly, maybe. Simon Rogers also says, I thought you would, KJ, with an emoji with, you know, laughing. Oh, Ryan Wesley's back. Hello, Ryan Wesley. Nice to see you back. KJ says, hello, love pugs. KJ also says, hi, Ryan, with the hand waving along with, yeah, hello, TT. TT must be in the chat still. TT commented earlier. Oh, and then while we're here near Grand Avenue, we could go look at the Baseline Tap for California beers and cider. Create your own beer, flight, cocktails, fine wine on tap, especially non-alcoholic drink snacks. Okay, Baseline Tap House, real quick. Like I said, I'm not a big drinker, but I know people who their favorite place to come get adult beverages here at the Walt Disney World Resort is actually the Baseline Tap House for one very good reason. Of course, it's at Disney's Hollywood Studios, and who doesn't like being here, number one? But number two, prices. For whatever reason, one of my friends says the Baseline Tap House is the most reasonable on the beers for the largest size for an IPA. So we could push in and go look to just get an idea what it looks like on the inside. And TT says, yes, hello all. Hello there. Sorry to be so weird and just awkwardly walk past. So, Okay, we're inside Baseline Tap House now, and there is nobody here. Just nobody. So I'm gonna pull back to as far as I could go back and show you. There's nobody in here. Usually, there is a line out the door. I came in here earlier to actually get a cup of water, which I'll probably do right now, since we're here. And as I'm getting a cup of water, KJ says, as I pop back in and I greeted others, I'm just a chatty gal. Simon Rogers says, I have done Alton Towers, Thorpe Park, and Chessington, World of Adventures. I save my money for Disney these days. 79 days. Okay, maybe we were talking about it, Simon. And KJ says, Simon spends money on football, real. So yeah, I didn't even mention Thorpe or Chessington with all their various coasters. And of course, their Intamin rocket coaster. I'm just getting a cup of water. Just give me one moment, half a cup.
I love your setup.
Oh, thank you. Okay, is it okay to point my camera in your general direction?
Absolutely. Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
I'm John with Fun to Be Free.
Hi, John. I'm Madison.
Hi, Madison, for all my chat viewers. Madison is also holding a DJI Pocket 3,
Yep.
and she's holding the whole Creator Combo, it looks like. In other words, here is the camera. So for all you chat viewers, you are viewing your stream from this.
Awesome.
I did. See, listen,
Best
listen.
purchase ever made.
I agree with her 100%.
I'm really shocked how good the quality is, though, for it being so small. Like,
I agree.
wasn't expecting it. But
I agree.
It's unreal.
With the Sony CMOS sensor in there.
Mm-hmm.
And
I love it.
can you please show the viewers in the chat how the screen works?
Yeah. So you can
Look at
go-
this. Boom! That's how I'm looking at it right now.
It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah. And then she has the extended battery handle here.
Yep.
And of course the tripod.
And the tripod. Yep.
Yep.
I got all kinds of stuff.
and-
for it. I'll just keep buying stuff for you.
Yeah, exactly. Real quick, while we're nerding out, for the viewers in the chat, I'm going to turn the camera awkwardly a funny direction so I could show her. But if you look, I have different components here. Instead of that tripod, there's this little piece
And
here
that's
that
how yours
clips on.
goes. And see, I almost bought the action one here too.
Yeah.
I haven't yet.
And then here's the little mini tripod that goes on there. Ulanzi. Look at
Okay.
this. Look at this sucker.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. You're good.
So anyways.
That's awesome. Okay, where can I follow you?
Oh, here, let me just grab my phone so you can just take a photo.
Yeah.
For all you viewers in the chat, we have a eager new viewer that she could jump in.
Yes. I do TikTok. I don't do
Okay.
YouTube yet. So.
But let us know.
Yes. Thank
So-
you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Thank you.
So I just love the guest interactions and experiences when you just randomly walk into places that the cast members look at you weirdly, and then you find somebody that has a common interest, like a nice guest there that we were geeking out on cameras. Anyways, KJ says, football and Disney with a soccer ball. She also says, I've never been there since it changed from the Rider Stop. Yeah, the Rider Stop, remember the Rider Stop? We should do a whole video on the Rider Stop, but there's like no information, practically, barely. And there's a Junior Explorer waving hi. Hello there, how are you? Anyways, I just want to get a quick look at the Baseline Tap House again, as you know, people love seeing themselves, I guess, on YouTube. But the Rider Stop, as I was saying, there's not much on it. There's not too many photographs. I don't know if I could stretch a whole video, maybe a quick sequence out of it, but that'd be an interesting thing too. But yes, KJ, thanks for the suggestion. And Simon Rogers says, hey, Madison. So there must be a new viewer, possibly a new subscriber, Madison, in the chat. If so, Madison, introduce yourself. Get to know you. You know what we should do while we're here? Just because we're talking about Baseline, maybe we should walk into an entrance we shouldn't be going in and go into the Sci-Fi Diner. But there is, 57 Chevy that you dine in at this table service dining experience. I'm trying to get my bearings here, drink water at the same time. Here, let me just chug what I got here. Or, we still have juice on the fuel rod. Okay, that's good. So I drank my water, half cup, because I got to hydrate. Throw it in the receptacle there. And let's do something here in just a moment, because I'm pausing because, cast member. Okay, so I need to back up to show everybody in the chat where I am, to get your bearings so you know where I am. I'm on Commissary Lane. I could pop up the graphic Commissary Lane, but we won't do it right now. I'll just show you instead. ABC Commissary. Okay, so the quick service dining establishment here on Commissary Lane. There are doors, exterior doors on each side of this building. So one on the opposite side, one on this side. And I'd say these are, you know, secret backstage. They're not really backstage. They're just doors that go into onstage areas. So it's okay. But they offer this nice little handle here. I'm going to stay on this side of the door just in case somebody comes out and try to get it on camera. There's a little handle you can pull and you're inside. So here's ABC commissary. We'll save that for another time. I always say that, save it for another time. I always double back. I was actually in this hallway earlier today before we went live, and there was a line for the women's restroom. So guest flow, it just, attendance just goes down, I guess. But that's where we're headed. I'm sure the cast does not like us going in here, but we're going to attempt to, oh, excuse me, sir, go ahead. To my left is the men's restroom. We just packed, sorry. No, you're fine. Excuse me. We just passed the women's restroom. Now we're going into the sci-fi diner. Okay, now you're staring at a weird blank wall. So I'm going to back up awkwardly and get out of the way here. But I'm going to go around the corner. But before I do, as you stare against this wall again. So to get your bearings for everybody in the chat, this corridor, this hallway, that's the main entrance to the sci-fi diner on the left. So where the people are walking out right now, that's the entrance. We're at the super secret door that goes to the restrooms and telephones, excuse us. And I'm slowly backing up, and as I do, of course, there's guests coming around the corner, so I have to be very cautious here. And of course, I have to keep an eye out for all the servers, because this is a very dark environment. Hello there! All the guests excited because they're at Sci-Fi Diner. Sci-Fi Diner, of course, is a very popular diner and well-themed. And I don't think it needs any further explanation, so I'll just pipe down a bit because it's a little quiet in here. But as I do, I'll just show you what we're in the, of course, the drive-in theater themed, where it's night for day, meaning we're in a building where it's themed to be night when it's actually daytime outside. But there's the 50s B-roll or 50s horror movies playing. And if you look very carefully, you could see the 57 Chevys that we saw on the exterior there, that I'm sure many viewers in the chat have dined here before, and one of the amazing experiences here at Disney's Hollywood Studios as well. So I'm walking slowly, methodically, and carefully. It's a little dim in here. I could see no problem. I just, you know, every time I'm in this dining location, it seems like I almost knock over a cast member holding a tray of food. So that's why I'm slowing down. But if you choose, or maybe, you know, the cast chooses to seat you here, you could also sit in these patio-style tables here in night for day attraction ambiance. And of course, if you look overhead, there's many star effects. I hope they come across on camera. But of course, those are, you know, fiber optics. Circa the 80s, fiber optics were all the heyday, all the rage, especially at Epcot. But I could pan over to the opposite side, the left side as well. So you can see the fiber optics in the night sky. I'm approaching the kitchen, so I'm being extra cautious because there's a door literally swinging behind me right now. But I'll go towards the middle of this dining venue, and you can see the door I'm talking about. So that door, yeah, to me, you have to be very cautious around this door. That door, if we see it swing out, you'll see what I'm talking about. That thing comes out fast.
And I will be right back to those.
You gotta be, so we can go to the other side, but you know, the servers zipping in and out here to deliver all their fresh food to all the guests, just waiting. I wanted to mention real quick while we're here, you probably can't see much of it, but the license plates that are all themed, I don't have all the info on these. I'm sure somebody on some blog has done this research, but each license plate, I believe, is different, and they all have meanings for whatever they are. They're just not willy-nilly numbers and letters. Generally, Walt Disney Imagineering, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, excuse me. Generally, Walt Disney Imagineering loves putting their initials and their birth dates on actual license plates. There's a good example at the Indiana Jones Adventure in Anaheim, California, or at the Disneyland Resort. The Indiana Jones vehicles, the 17 vehicles that they have there at the Temple of the Forbidden Eye, actually all the numbers on the vehicles mean something, like, you know, Tony Baxter's initials and birth date, so on and so forth. But yeah, all these license plates are different. They're all themed. But I'll walk towards the front of the drive-in theater or the movie screen so you can get an idea of the 50s style, you know. And I'll slowly turn the camera back towards the projection booth up there where the servers come out from the kitchen. And I'm just trying to go through the pathway here that is open, that's on stage, because it looks like there's a deviation. The closer you get to the actual screen, it becomes a backstage area where cast goes rings up on registers. Okay, and excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm slowly gonna turn right because we'll walk out the entrance so you get an idea what it looks like. And then as we do, camera's moving around wildly, but there are some props and theming elements along the backside of these faux themed set stage walls that are, of course, 2x4s, mimicking a backlot or a stage on a backlot, So we're going to get in a location where I could turn the camera again. As people are walking in the door, I'm trying to cautiously avoid them. And we'll turn. And of course, here's the entrance for Sci-Fi Diner. There's the marquee. And as I said before, it gets so crazy busy in here, so popular. And of course, there's benches where you could wait for your name to be called. But they do have these movie posters hanging on the wall. And these, of course, aren't willy-nilly. These are all the, of course, you can see little snippets, segments from the trailers from these various films that were produced from the 50s. But we're going to go back outside here, and I'm going to check the chat, see what we have. Over to the left-hand side again is the 1957 Chevy that, here's a better view that you could dine in. Very popular photo location. And of course, there's a poster, or a billboard, I should say. It came from the snack bar, Terror, at the Sci-Fi Dining Theater restaurant, watching horror as it slithers off the screen. And I'll just turn the camera and I'll look up overhead here. It's really hard to get this sign. I gotta back up even more. As I said, I gotta check the chat, but I always get distracted. So there is a large group of people coming this direction. I am slowing down. You can't see it because the camera's pointing in the opposite direction. I'm attempting to get to the other side of the stream of people so you can get a better shot of the sign that's now in production, Sci-Fi Dining Theater Restaurant. And as we come around the corner here, offset off to the side, we'll get a better shot of the Sci-Fi Dining Theater marquee sign. I should actually look at the screen and get it in shot instead of looking at the people 100% of the time. Because, when there's people coming at you, I can't look at the screen at all times. And Simon Rogers says, servers used to be on the skates. Yeah. Could you imagine how dangerous that was? Servers wearing skates on slick concrete where you could spill beverages like, Coca-Cola, where it gets all sticky, or water that's slippery. Oh boy, I couldn't even imagine that. KJ says, I'm sure it's darker inside than it used to be. I don't know about that, KJ. I think it just all depends on, if it's super bright outside and then you walk inside and then your eyes have a really hard time adjusting. I'm not certain. But I'm walking in the middle. I'm in the middle of people. So let me get out of this pathway and into the flow of traffic now. Merging onto the freeway. KJ also says, I remember that, Simon. And TT says, hi, Tiki Man fan. Just up ahead is the Disney Vacation Club kiosk where you can inquire about, your Disney Vacation Club. See another acronym DVC. The sun's starting to go down here. It's getting to be twilight here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. And I should walk back towards the Muppet Vision 3D because that's the theme. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm just a little sad that we're going to lose Muppet Vision 3D shortly. It's just too bad. But I'm sure that the Monsters door coaster is going to be a neat little attraction, and I imagine it's going to be on the scale of the Mine Train coaster at Magic Kingdom, meaning the Seven Dwarfs coaster at Magic Kingdom. Nice family coaster, so your entire family with people of all ages could experience the attraction together. And of course, I'm assuming that the queue inside Monsters door coaster will be interior, all themed very nicely. So it'll be, I think, a definite addition and overall good change for the park. But I'm just sad to see, one of our true treasures be lost here, Muppet Vision 3D. KJ also says, people in a park, how dare they? That's right. How KJ and Simon and TT and whoever else, Tiki Man fans in the chat. How dare people come to our park, right? And Simon Rogers, how often do you get to the States to come to the Walt Disney World Resort? Is it like once a year or is it like once every other year, something like that? Because it gets pretty expensive to come here. And real quick, Alton Towers with Nemesis. Nemesis being in a pit, a B&M inverted coaster. What a great theme and what a great attraction that is. Alton Towers does a great job as well. I'm sure Simon's been to Alton Towers as well. I can't remember if he said Alton Towers. I could always go back. Yeah, he said he'd been to Alton Towers. I just went back. Yeah, Enthorpe Park in Chessington. Yeah. 79 days, he says, he's coming back. So I just walked back towards Muppet Vision 3D, and I mean, I could turn around again, but it's starting to be, you know, less populated, less dense. It's just not happening right now. Let's go somewhere else that's a little more happening. And I'm checking the power usage on my cameras here. Like I said before, I actually lost one camera. I'm charging it. So I'm relying on one camera. Usually I do a picture-in-picture, but I'm just relying on the one. I could always flip the screen and get it on my ugly mug, but of course you have to see that awkward camera flip where it goes and makes everybody motion sick. So I've just been keeping it forward at the moment. Simon Rogers also says once a year for 2 weeks at a time. Yes. So yeah, I do understand that. So the English or people from the United Kingdom generally come for an extended period of time. And as far as I understand, and Simon could probably tell us more, the maximum booking window here at a Walt Disney World Resort Hotel, I believe, is 14 days, right, Simon? And he says, I wait till the football season ends and then head to Disney. Yeah, okay, yeah. So also, Simon, when you're here for the 2 weeks, I imagine you go to Universal and you could probably Cape Canaveral, Tampa Bay Busch Gardens, I imagine. And then also, I was just talking about the attendance in the area of Grand Avenue or in front of Muppet Vision 3D. It just seems like this here at Disney's Hollywood Studios, when we start getting closer to sunset, not the boulevard, but you know, the actual sun going down, we get to twilight. It seems to me that the guest flow gets very odd or strange. It's almost like patchwork. So there's still guests moving here, and as I pass the Star Tours standby entrance, it only says 5 minutes in the red LED lights. So that's not bad. That's a walk-on, as you know. Anything that low, except for probably the only wait time sign I can picture that's higher than 5 minutes, that's, you know, they use as a walk-on time would be Twilight Zone Tower of Terror. They usually post at what, 13 minutes, 1-3, of course, for, you know, the ambiance. But we're headed up here towards Echo Lake, and the sun is going down, and there is the Hollywood Hotel off in the distance, just past Echo Lake. And I'm just looking at the time. It is 6:08 Eastern time, so we completely missed the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular. I believe the last show was at 4:30 p.m. And I'm attempting to walk out of people's way. And as you're aware, I like talking about elevations here at Disney's Hollywood Studios in Echo Lake. In my opinion, besides over by Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, I believe that's the highest elevation in the park, but I could be mistaken. We are currently on an elevated elevation. I'll show you what I'm talking about here in just a moment. Because I'm sure everybody knows this, but there's a set of steps here that goes down to the water level, or Echo Lake, where the lake is. And we're, of course, elevated. But I could only imagine, I don't know this for certain, because, you know, I could pan the camera over here, but if it's going to be very hard to see on camera, but it goes like downhill in this direction here. So it goes downhill towards Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, or center stage out there. So it's actually a higher elevation where we're standing, I believe, than center stage. But center stage out there by Mickey and Minnie's, I believe, is the highest elevation in the park. I could be mistaken. and it could actually be here in, of course, feet above sea level. But I believe what their intention was with this elevation, I'm not certain, but anybody in the chat could help me out, is it has to do with the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular, because the way the amphitheater is situated on this slight little hillside here, so they needed a higher elevation to load the show, I think. And so to gain that, you could look, or we'll carefully or quickly show you what I'm talking about. So, because you could see through there, maybe I could see it. I don't know about all the chat viewers. The point is, it goes way far down. So it's like they excavated earth or dirt down in front of the stage there for their ride system or their show set prop piece system, their big set pieces that come in and out there. In other words, there's the low elevation there, high elevation here, amphitheater, tiered seating. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like I was showing you, higher elevation in the pathway, and if we look down this way here, of course you could see, I hope you could see, the elevation goes down back towards Echo Lake. But let me check the chat. And as we walk over here to these set of steps, we've seen this before, Gertie's footprints that go down. I'm gonna hold on to the railing here. We're down here near the water level, and there's Gertie the dinosaur with the tail sticking up. We can look across Echo Lake at the SS down the hatch, along with the nice water feature, with a gorgeous sunset here in Central Florida at Disney's Hollywood Studios, and Gertie's tail, in the shot. I can find a better spot or location to get the sunset. Let me swing around here. Nice family taking some photos of themselves. But here's Gertie's footprints in the grass. Not only one, but two. Gertie herself. And there's a lot, it probably doesn't come across on the screen, but lots of gnats, lots of bugs in front of my face, in front of the camera. Bunch of them. Oh, there we go. The whistle. And you can see the sunset here, just going down behind Grauman's Chinese Theater and Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, with the Hyperion Theater over here off to the left-hand side. Nice time to be in the park, as I always say, at twilight, sun just going down at sunset. While we're here, let's walk towards center stage just to see what the attendance looks like. And then there's some umbrellas and tables here. I mean, I guess I could only speculate, but I'm sure they're as a result from the outdoor vending location here that sells the ice cream, and of course Epic Eats up here along with the Cantina Oasis bar. But these tables are quite far away from these locations, but there's a reason why they're there. I guess people end up just hanging out there. We'll take a look at Echo Lake again with Tower Tear off in the distance. Along Hollywood Boulevard, the lights came on and we missed it again. It's just too bad, because I love that special moment at Magic Kingdom on Main Street, USA. The lights come on at, around sunset, twilight, just like here at Hollywood Studios. They come on. It's too bad. It's a very special moment. Smash that like button. Jump into the chat. Of course, like, comment, and subscribe. If you're a new viewer, remember, subscribe to the channel, jump into the chat, and introduce yourself. We're attempting to walk towards center stage here. The crowd seems like it has thinned out a bit. Like I said before, guest flow in this park to me is just odd. It's like patchwork. It's like a quilt. At different times of the day, it just changes. Oh, we go. Ryan Wesley in the chat. Footsteps, always covered with that looks to be asphalt. I think, well, I would say it's concrete, Ryan Wesley, judging on my, being here in person. Everything I believe that you walk on, I should say, in this park is a concrete type material. I can't think of a single example in this park where it's actually asphalt, but I could be mistaken. If anybody has any other difference of opinion, let me know. I could go run over to that area and check it out real quick. But once again, I do think all the paving at Disney's Hollywood Studios is actually concrete. Even on Sunset Boulevard or Hollywood Boulevard, it's mimicking asphalt. Meanwhile, it's concrete. In other words, it's concrete made to look like asphalt. And then here's a quick shot of the Grauman's Chinese Theater with Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway neon sign flashing in front of our very eyes. You could only see Minnie, but Mickey's obscured behind the palm tree. But Minnie is waving to us. And there is a huge queue still over here at Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. And Disney PhotoPass photographer taking photos and making magical memories for this large family here. Let's head down Hollywood Boulevard towards the guest entrance. We'll take a look at Sunset Boulevard. Lots of gnats and bugs right now. Probably, as I said before, don't come across on camera, but they're everywhere I walk. Simon Rogers is back. He says, did you watch any streamers before going live? You have great tech skills already. Simon, the answer is, I have been frequenting YouTube since, 2004, 5? I was a heavy consumer of YouTube content for quite a number of years. And I've always said that I don't have enough talent to do YouTube, but a quick story. In circa 2004, 2005, this is true, you're gonna say, yeah, right, just make it up. This guy, John at Fun to Be Free, kept saying that YouTube is the future and I should quit my job and just do these little videos on YouTube because I think it's going to be a big deal very shortly. And then next thing you know, circa, 2009 maybe, that's when, it started exploding with smartphones because you got, your first iPhone announcement in January of 2007 with Steve Jobs on stage. And of course, by the fall of 2007, there was smartphones. Next thing you know, you had various Android phones on the market, 2008. By 2009, in my opinion, smartphones were pretty mature to where they could start doing live streams. You could utilize them for more than just a phone. And I do recall saying early in 2005 going, this is the future, I need to quit my job and do YouTube. But, I always just kept saying I don't really have the talent. But eventually, it was what was it? January 2021, I just started a channel and just started doing it. I think my early videos are a little bit rough. Hello there. Little rough, but, I guess my artistry skills improved a bit. And here I am today. But yes, so Simon Rogers, yes, I did watch streamers before going live, and I guess you could say I have some tech skills. So thank you, I appreciate that. But we missed Sunset Boulevard. We should turn around because I'm just walking aimlessly as we enjoy, of course, the ambiance of Hollywood Boulevard. And look, we got some wind guests, of course, with the balloon vendor. Let me turn around here. Should I go? So, I somewhat captured it. Kind of got it on camera. The signal changing along with the bell. I want to go back to Sunset Boulevard here just to see what it looks like in terms of attendance and of course twilight, sun going down here. It's a magic time to be here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Oh, just out of curiosity, Simon Rogers, what time is it in the UK right now? It is 6:19 Eastern Time here at the Walt Disney World Resort in Central Florida. And here's where we came for all the neon. So real quick story that goes nowhere. Kevin Rafferty of Walt Disney Imagineering, excellent Walt Disney Imagineer. Of course, he went on, well, I should start here. Of course, he was involved in the Sunset Boulevard expansion project, and of course, he was involved in the Hollywood Tower Terre Hotel project. But I want to say, Cars Land, Disney California Adventure, of course, has neon from Route 66. And you've probably seen, media photographs, media video of Kevin Rafferty talking about it. When he was a kid, he traveled Route 66, and he loved all the neon. I could only imagine that he put his love for neon into Sunset Boulevard here. That's a story I've actually never heard, but I'm sure that's the case.
Explain.
I love it. I love the 30s glitz and glamour ambiance of classic golden age of Hollywood, along with all the various colors of neon. And as far as I understand, neon is the general term, but of course, each of these colors have different gases, like argon. They make different colors. But there's overhead, there's a helicopter. We were talking about those earlier. Increased traffic in the tourist helicopters that land and take off from various locations over by International Drive or I-Drive. But I'm walking up and down Sunset Boulevard because it's the best time to be here. And Simon Rogers says it's 11:19 p.m. GMT. Thank you for that. So it's quite a difference in time over there, Simon. But of course, Simon knows that. Every American here has no concept of what it's like, probably, unless they've been to England. Simon Rogers also says, I think you are doing a grand job with the big thumbs up. Channel will grow, but the important thing is to have fun. You are absolutely correct, sir. As I've said before, I call this my hobby because hobbies cost money and jobs make money. You just got to have fun with it. I am certainly having the time of my life. I said this before. Truly, honestly, and genuinely, I am having a blast. I'm having a ball. I love bringing you these live streams. The moment it becomes a job, I think I'll have a difference of opinion and I probably will think twice. But as long as I continue to have fun, I'm going to keep doing it. I love it. I really enjoy it. I really do. Okay. But I think you're right. As long as the channel will grow as long as you're having fun. You just have to be yourself and you have fun and the channel will grow organically and naturally. Simon Rogers is absolutely correct. I agree with that 100%. But real quick, I wanted to mention characters, the character portrait artists. Look at all the glow of, I'm going to say it's probably a halogen light, maybe? I was about to say fluorescent, but it looks more, halogen to me. Anyways, the point is, the lit Pacific Railway car here looking pretty good at sunset here on Sunset Boulevard at Disney's Hollywood Studios, emitting all this nice light as the character portrait artists do their job, do what they do best. These talented people, talented cast members. We could get a little closer here. I don't want to get too close because it gets real awkward, but look at this talented artist creating these characters of these guests right here. Just amazing stuff. The skills and artistry. I can't draw at all, FYI. I do my best for the artwork on the channel, but I really could not do that. And now you're looking at, of course, Sunset Retch Market, the quick service dining restaurant. But as it's getting a little darker here, let's just walk towards Hollywood Hotel because, it's getting a little creepy out. Nighttime. Twilight Zone, Tower of Terror. And KJ says, Brits love to have fun, and as we have no sun. And the Beatles song, Sitting in My English Garden, Waiting for the Sun. Right? That's the lyrics, isn't it? There's the signal, the semaphore. It went from stop to go. You heard the bell. And a lot of guests trying to get their hand on top of the Tower of Terror as I pan up. And I'm sure, maybe I didn't mention this before, but another rookie thing, everybody knows this. Remember paper fast pass? I sure do. Okay, we got some photos going on. I'll try to get out of the way. But remember this structure here? So this structure in front of us, they built this for the fast pass distribution system. I don't quite recall the year this was built. I would guesstimate 1998, 1999. I could be mistaken on that, but that's what I seem to recall. But the FastPass distribution location machines used to be underneath this little shade control, this structure here. They were in this area that I'm pointing the camera. Remember that, where you had to go take your park admission ticket and then put it in the machine, and then it spit out a paper FastPass, and you had to make a mad dash in the morning to get over here to get your FastPass?
And if you remember,
anybody in the chat remember that? And I'll check the chat in a moment, but I'm just going to look at the standby entrance wait time. It's 45 minutes right now for Tower of Terror. And Simon Rogers says, the Northeast has no sun, KJ. So I imagine Simon's from the Northeast in the UK. But we get plenty of sun here in Central Florida, but I can only imagine that's part of the reason why Simon Rogers comes here. Because the weather, the climate, the sunshine. Hey Simon, real quick, what's it like, even though you probably enjoy coming to Florida and you probably do enjoy this weather here, what's it like when you get off the aircraft for the first time and that Florida humidity just hits you in the face when they open that door? It just goes whap, pow. Any experience with that? And Tower of Terror logo, of course, fading on and off with the fiber optics here. There it is, it'll go again. I'm sure it'll come across on camera here in just a moment. But I can just see the E there, just twinkling now. Hollywood Tower of Terror. And we'll get a quick look here at the standby and lightning lane entrance. And I'll pull back. I'm trying to navigate through the crowd with the people walking so I don't bump into them. Well, let me check the chat here. Simon Rogers says, oh yes, I remember Paper Fast Pass. So he says, I remember Paper Fast Pass with the, the emoji. I'm in charge of lightning lanes for the family. Okay, so yeah, I guess there's always one person in the family that either designates themselves or the family goes, no, you know what you're doing, do it, get us, because, especially if you need to do virtual queue, you select the one person in your family with the experience to get it, like Guardians of the Galaxy's Tina's Bayou Adventure, so on and so forth. But we're actually going into this shop here. I'm just wandering aimlessly into the Tower Hotel Gifts right now. This is actually, of course, the post-show shop for Twilight Zone Tower of Terror. I just wandered in here just to kind of get a quick look what it looks like. We won't spend too much time out here, or I should say in here. I want to get back out there, so I'll slowly turn, reverse my direction, and go out the door. KJ says, it's me in the Northeast. Simon is in the sunny Southwest. Simon Rogers also says, it's so hot, instant sweat. Haha. You are correct, sir. There's nothing like, oh, I got a 10% battery warning, and oh boy, we're gonna lose a camera. I only have one camera, so I have to make a decision here. I'm gonna walk back towards Sunset Boulevard and get ready to sign off, because once the camera gets around 10%, it gets a little flaky, even if you start charging it. So judgment call is, let's get back to Sunset, let's get back to Hollywood Boulevard, and see what it looks like before the sun goes down here at Disney's Hollywood Studios.
It's normally like a...
You're watching a live streaming coverage from Disney's Hollywood Studios. Let your adventure begin. And we're back on Sunset, and there's a large group of people that has congregated in front of the Hollywood Hills. They're all waiting to get into Fantasmic with tonight's performances, or the second one at 9:30, I believe. The first one I think is 8 o'clock. I could be mistaken on that. But there is quite a respectable amount of people here coming for Fantasmic this evening, with the cast member down here with the, the big line starts here sign. KJ says, I love that feeling. Why is it, KJ? Because it's cold where you are? Is that it? Is that what you're suggesting? And you love getting off the aircraft, and when they open the door, there's a standby entrance sign for Fantasmic. That's where all the guests are attempting to get in line in this area, it looks like. Fantasmic, of course, very popular show here at Disney's Hollywood Studios, featuring Mickey and his imagination. I'm holding the camera backwards now. I'm going to attempt to swing it here slowly to look down Sunset Boulevard as we head back to Hollywood Boulevard. But as I was saying, KG, there's nothing like when you're on that aircraft and they open that door, and literally it feels like humidity slapping you in the face. And like Simon says, you just begin to sweat. Welcome to Florida. And then, oh yeah, KJ also says, no running for paper fast passes. That's the definite advantage with My Disney Experience app. Definitely, with no doubt. Makes it very convenient. Also convenient to spend money. Gamified through the MDE app. And Simon Rogers says, I would not be waiting in a queue. You go walk in and see the show with half an hour to go. Yeah. Simon, you're a professional. You know what you're doing. But I'm guessing a lot of people here, you know, there could be first-time visitors or just they haven't visited probably as frequently as you. And of course, Simon, you're probably a professional too, because you get all your Disney news most likely from social media, like YouTube. So you're in the know. You're up to it the minute. So you know exactly what you're doing. I'd call you a professional, absolute professional level. Probably you and KJ know exactly what you're doing. That's my guesstimate. But we're almost here. Hello there. We're almost up to Hollywood Boulevard now. We'll actually head down towards, I should say, the guest entrance during this magical time to be here. At sunset. On Sunset. I'm actually on Sunset Boulevard right now. There always seems to be a Bubble Wand cast member with bubble wands for purchase at this location, no matter what time of day or night I've ever been here, it seems like. I guess that's probably a very good spot to generate revenue. But here's what Hollywood Boulevard, looking down towards the guest entrance, looks like at the moment. And KJ says, the initial heat is super. And yes, it is cold. Yeah, that heat blast. Woo! And the balloon's blowing again. We just saw it a few moments ago, but here we are again. The wind has picked up since we were here earlier. There are a lot of people streaming into the guest entrance now. I can only imagine that everybody you see coming at us is probably headed to secure a spot over in the Hollywood Hills for Phantasmic viewing this evening.
I'll be ready.
I think what we'll do is we'll go actually down by the main gate to get an idea what the crowd levels look like coming in the gate, if that's okay with you guys. But before we do, I just want to mention Crossroads of the World. What a great sign in the neon. And of course, Sid Cahuenga's, the updated, newer sign. Looks great. Love it. With the Craftsman style house. Used, of course, for the, Disney Photo Pass photographers. But here, let's take a quick look at the main gate. So the exits in the middle they're using here. Of course, this main gate and the Disney Vacation Planning booths mimics the Pan Pacific Auditorium out in California. But it doesn't look that bad. You could just walk right up to the touch point and gain access to the park very easily, very quickly. So there's still a lot of people exiting right now. And Simon Rogers says, oh yes, Disney news is the best news. And of course, there are a lot of vloggers, bloggers, websites that bring you the Disney news. Simon, before I sign off, is there a favorite you have for, say, YouTuber, blog, vlog? I'm gonna get one last shot looking up towards center stage or Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm actually looking at the crowd levels coming at me. There are a lot of people going out the gate, of course. What a gorgeous view. I hope everybody in the chat is enjoying this as much as I am. I'm just gonna pan up here. Look at the amazing sunset with the palm tree silhouette. Oh, that's something else. A sight to behold at Disney's Hollywood Studios, just as the sun is going down. And the weather's good. Simon Rogers says, I like the All Ears crowd. They're fun game challenges. Oh, okay, I'll have to check out All Ears. Thank you for the suggestion, Simon. KJ also says, it's just so pretty. It sure is. Well, here we are on Hollywood Boulevard during sunset at Disney's Hollywood Studios. I hope you enjoyed today's live stream. Today earlier we mentioned or covered, of course, Muppet Vision 3D. Did Disney mishandle the closure announcement for Muppets? And I'd say, I'm not certain what's going on backstage behind the scenes and deliberations, but the answer might be yes. They may have mishandled it, especially with the Henson family. We read that, of course, on DisneyTouristBlog.com or Tom Bricker's website. If you didn't have a chance to see it, of course, click on the video. It's near the beginning. You'll see what I'm talking about as we discuss, of course, Muppets, the closure here at Hollywood Studios. With that being said, our journey's come to an end. It's sad to see you go, but we'll see you in the next video. Thank you for watching. John with Fun to Be Free. Thanks again. Have a great day. Bye-bye, everyone.